Everybody. Just sending out the live notifications real quick. All right. Oh my god, I forgot to change the title on Twitch. Hold on. Alright, now we're good. Everybody on Twitch gets the notification that I'm streaming Ni no Kuni. That means that probably not as many people gonna show up. We'll see. Hopefully the music volume is alright. Hello Noah, hello Pat. Hello David, hello Blizzard, hello Jebber. Do a refresh here. Do a refresh and then scroll up until we hit what we looked at already, then go to the next page. Yeah, I played Dual Hearts last year, I think. Again. It's definitely a very weird, cheery, colorful game, that's for sure. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it's pretty different. For a moment, I thought that was like a dog tail or something there. Yeah, they're definitely good background noise, Glenn. Alright, this got bids, let's see why. Wow. Can't believe people paying that much these days for stuff like that. I always used to say back in the day, this lot, you wouldn't even be able to sell it for 20 bucks. It would have no bids on it. But now a lot of those games that used to be worthless are like 10, 20 bucks each. Hello, Kilgore. You're starting to play Twisted Metal Black. First time playing a game in the series. That's a good start, but the thing that you gotta know, that game is pretty different atmosphere-wise from the other Twisted Metal games. You're kind of spoiling yourself, honestly, with that. The other games are gonna be a little goofier, not quite as dark. Yeah, the only way you saw a lot like this, you gotta start it at like $1. It's got bids. It's gotta be going to a store. I couldn't imagine someone else bidding on this. When the best thing in the lot is a loose disc of SSX3, that's how you know you're in trouble. Hello, Google account. I don't keep track of all the games I beat. I pretty much just remember. Definitely don't have the desire to constantly update something with games I've beaten, because I would never keep up with it. It's just the reality of it. Pretty nice lot. War in the North, which was getting a lot of discussion while I was playing Rise. Infinite Undiscovery. Some other 360 staples. I'll link this seller. Just because it has a couple of games in there that we've been talking about lately. Check the other items. Retro achievements. I love the idea behind retro achievements. I'm sure I'd really get into it, but I don't play retro games on my PC, so it's just something I can't get into with retro achievements. Wii U games are a good buy. You definitely get good value out of Wii U games, considering how cheap they are. I'm looking at this, I'm like, hold on. Am I looking at a multi-cart on N64? It took me a second to realize that this is a carpet. I thought it was one of those Famiclone things on like an N64 cart with all the different box arts. Right? Like at first glance, you look at that, you're like, wait, what am I looking at? People always coming up with these new creative backgrounds on eBay. They overcomplicate it, though. Sometimes less is more. Oh my goodness. Fire damage. Anybody want a not working fire damaged cart of Ocarina of Time? I mean, at that point, you just gotta... Someone's actually bidding on it. That is crazy. Maybe they've dealt with fire damage and they know how to fix that. Ridiculous. It actually looks pretty cool. That is some natural wear that you don't typically see. I don't think there's any question this one's authentic, right? I can't tell if this was a gold cart or a gray cart. I think it was gray. No, is it? Was it? No, I think it was gold. Yeah, and then it actually just like melted the gold paint off right here. Or no, maybe it was a gray cart. I think the inside was gold if you got the gold cart, right? Anyway, someone's bidding on that. Let me see if this seller has other fire damage games. Just that one. And this is definitely a seller that does not care about condition. They're just like, you know what? Crazy water damage? Sell it. It's sealed, by the way. Sealed. In case anybody wants a nice mint copy of Cabela's sealed on the PS2. A little bit of mold under the plastic, never hurt anybody. You rip it open, there's just like spores flying around in your game room. Early stream. I try and start as early as I can usually. I never got into these games. I could just tell they're not for me. I've never even had to play one. I just know I would not like Mario vs. Donkey Kong games. Not even a question. Hello, Dash. This is one of those DS games that came with a outer slipcover for the first printing, like a cold foil slipcover. It's the reason I bought it. Got a weakness for them slipcovers. Two copies of Resident Evil 2, both variants. And that's about it. Obviously, that is why... Oh, and a copy of Spyro, no manual. That's why it's being bid on, because of Resident Evil. No scratches. Well... If somebody needed Resident Evil 2, if you're going to believe that they're not scratched up at all, you can pretty much keep the one that you want, the DualShock version or the non-DualShock version, and then sell the other copy at this price, and you pretty much get your copy for free. That's the way I'd look at it. So I'll link that. Of course, if it doesn't go up, that is. I still don't like Steelbooks. No, I'm just not into them. I just prefer good old classic game cases. I don't need some heavy Steelbook case to ruin the uniformity of my collection. The only time I'd like them is if, like, I saw somebody's huge Steelbook collection or something. But just having, like, odds and ends of Steelbooks in a collection, I don't like them. Shadow Colossus Steelbook. I have that, yeah. I think I have 2 of those. Like, I have a backup Steelbook of that. And then the one that I got originally. I got a backup because someone was selling it on eBay a long time ago for, like, dirt cheap. And I'm just like, sure, I'll buy it for that price. I don't remember what it was, but it was very cheap. Or it may have came in a lot with something else, I can't remember. But either way, I ended up with 2 of them. No, I don't get Retro Gamer. Retro Gamer's cool and all, but that magazine is so expensive. People are seriously putting games on scales now. That's the first time I've ever seen this. I understand with, like, booster packs or trading cards or something, but I have never seen somebody place a game on a scale. Unless they're doing that to let you know how much it weighs, so that's why they're charging. Wait, no, there's no way. Hold on. If you're gonna put your game on a scale and show that it only weighs 2 ounces, you're not about to charge $12 shipping from Priority Mail. That is crazy. I don't know what they're shipping it in. Maybe a Steelbook box? That's crazy. I haven't seen the prices of original Xbox, Dreamcast, and PS1. Certainly have. Personally, though, I still think that most things on original Xbox are pretty reasonable, for the most part. It's not too hard to collect for. Dreamcast, I also feel, is fairly reasonable. There's a lot of pretty cheap Dreamcast games, and great ones. Yeah, there's a good handful of, like, expensive ones, but I'm actually shocked Dreamcast isn't more expensive than it is. Oh, the system prices? No, I haven't looked. I honestly don't pay attention to system prices too much. I'm the kind of person, like, once I get my console, I just don't really care to keep up with what consoles are selling for. To me, that feels more like a reseller kind of thing. right? Like the stores and stuff keep up with console prices because they got to know what the price their console's at. Once I get my console, I just don't care. That's just how I am. So the only time I notice is if I scroll by a console and I care to like pay attention to what it's selling for. Well, a lot of original Xboxes are breaking down because people get the leaky capacitors inside. Like right about now is when everybody's like, oh, let's get the original Xbox from out of my closet that I kept standing up all these years or even flat down on the floor. And then they go to turn it on and it doesn't work at all because the capacitor leaked. So that would explain why a lot of stuff like Xbox is going up. Because pretty much if you have an original Xbox that you bought around when it came out, good darn chance that thing is broken and needs to be repaired, or you just gotta buy a new one. If I could pick Xbox or GameCube to collect for, what would I collect? I think the GameCube exclusives would be a bit more tempting. But the idea of paying a bunch of money for third-party games just because it's on the GameCube doesn't sound fun either. So, probably the Xbox. Just because the games overall are much cheaper. I'll do a Dreamcast search later for you, Dosh. Take a look. Yeah, my original Xbox, the capacitor leaked. Happens to all of us if you're not checking it. Or whatever the heck, like some battery thing inside leaked out or some craziness. You looking for PS4 games where you play as an animal platformer and action game? It's a shame that they took Skylar and Plux off of PSN, because that's an amazing game that you can't get anymore. Just in that genre. Oh man, I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember if I have Radiant Silvergun for Saturn. I remember contemplating, I don't think I do, because I remember contemplating, that's right, yeah, I think the first time I played it was the Xbox Live Arcade version. And I found out that I didn't even like the game as much as it was made out to be. Like, everybody was like, this is the greatest shoot 'em up ever made. I played it and I'm just like, it's alright. It's okay. It's good. And I think that was why I never bothered getting it on Saturn. But back then, when I was contemplating getting it, the game was maybe like $100. I don't know. I'm sure it's way more than that now. Gotta check what Hollywood video game, what Game Crazy game that is. Okay, MVP Baseball. You know, if it was a copy of Eco, I'd have to rescue it. Look at all those stickers. $170. Yeah, it's not too bad. That used to be one of the most expensive Saturn imports. So it hasn't really scaled up much because of all the ports and versions that have come out since the Saturn version. It's a lot more accessible. You should play Life of Black Tiger on the PS4 if you're looking for an animal PS4 game. Just be ready for it. Lenticular cover. I actually wasn't aware this had a lenticular cover. I love lenticular covers. You're gonna buy Troll and I on PS4? That game isn't as bad as it's made out to be. Is it bad? It's pretty bad. But it's entertaining. You'll definitely be entertained by the game. Do I think Dreamcast will go up in value? I do, honestly. There's no other console out there like the Dreamcast. Every game is just like... has the DNA of feeling like a Dreamcast game. So many arcadey games, so many exclusive games, so many great arcade ports that make the Dreamcast version like the version to get. The library isn't gargantuan. Right? It's manageable. I have not played Policenauts, no. I think that was one of the games you can play on... No. I'm misremembering. Yeah, I've never played Policenauts. Dreamcast always had Xbox vibes. I think it's got the DNA of all the consoles. Just because after Dreamcast died, it kind of like dispersed into the other consoles anyway. So I think that's why when you play Dreamcast now, you're like, I'm feeling a little bit of Xbox in here, or a little bit of GameCube. Because eventually Sega just started branching out into other consoles. Chat's not showing on screen. Hold on, let me refresh. See if that fixed it. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it's interesting what happens with PAL prices. I don't keep up with PAL prices for games that are also North American versions. PSP game. Slap a random price on it. At least it picked a good game. The easiest game name ever to try and pronounce. Hatol hashtag NICQ. I don't even know if that's pronounceable, to be honest with you. Here's a game for you. You're looking for Animal PS2, or sorry, PS4 games. Well, this will count anyway. It's close enough. Frogger the Great Quest. For those of you out there that love 3D platformers, Have I got a terrible one for you? Terrible in a good way. It is just a straight up mascot collectathon 3D platformer. But it's so bad it's pretty good. It's one of those kind of games. Pretty bad. The opening cutscene alone is worth it. Hello, Ollie. Honestly, I didn't touch the VMU too much. I just used it as a memory card. I didn't really... I remember doing something with it with, like, chows or something. But yeah, I didn't really use the Dreamcast VMU outside of... as a memory card. Am I a fan of Medieval for PS1? I'm not the biggest fan of Medieval. I played the HD remaster, the Resurrected, whatever the heck that one was called. I don't know, it's okay. I just don't get into it as much as some people. Hey, what's up, Overbit? Good to see you. You plan on checking out Monsters and Memories, by the way? I don't know if you've been following that game. You found your old Pokemon collection? Honestly, at that point, just finding it, you should cherish it. Because not all of us have our childhood Pokemon collections anymore. Do you remember if you got your Ancient Mew from the movie? Like, did you actually get that card when you went to go see the movie? I don't have my Ancient Mew anymore. Pretty upset about that. Yeah, I'll be playing Monsters and Memories. It's my most look forward to game this year, so... Once we get a list of the servers that'll be out, I'll probably let people know what server I'll be joining. I don't know if they have a server list out yet, do they? Essentially like the early access version, whatever servers they have for that version. Remember to like the stream if you're on the YouTube side. Appreciate everybody that remembers to do that every stream. It's been helping out a lot lately. Just helps bring more people in here. We've been getting a lot of new people into the eBay streams on YouTube because of it. So thank you as always to everybody that does it. Hello, Jeremy. Honestly, I'm thinking the end game is just going to be grinding for the best gear and then making new characters. Probably whatever the heck the end game was in EverQuest. Which I'm not familiar with the end game of EverQuest. Hello, Ken. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope the launch is really big for them. Because that's the MMO to end all other MMOs as far as I'm concerned. An MMO to finally care about. I tried Pantheon as well. I actually kind of got into it, but the thing that stopped me from continuing was I was playing Cleric, and Cleric was pretty much like unfinished. There were just too many problems with like you couldn't transfer items from one character to another, so the bank management was like terrible. It was just a little too unfinished, but I enjoyed it. Your copy of Rad is now your most valuable PS2 game. Yeah, that shot up pretty high recently. I always knew it would. That game was just way too different and unique for the price it was going for. Typically games like that don't remain affordable. Hello Mixer, hello Epic. You have a ton of EverQuest expansions you were given. So, I wouldn't even recommend going about it that way. What I'd recommend if you were interested in playing EverQuest is to, once in a while, I think like once a year, twice a year, I don't know the time frame, they do official EverQuest time progression servers. So what that means is you pay the monthly fee. It's like 15 bucks, whatever the heck it is. It'll start on the base game, no expansions, base game, and then depending on the frequency of the unlocks, it's usually like every month, every 2 months, whatever the heck it might be. It really there's different time progression servers. They'll unlock a new expansion, and then everybody progresses through the game together, as though it was the original release of the game, in expansion order. There's different rules, there's different settings depending on what server it is, but I'd say that's the best way to experience it. That's the way I first tried it, like 7-8 years ago, and it was a lot of fun starting on the base the base game. I never ultimately stick with it, but it's just something that scratches that old school MMO itch once in a while. It's a lot of fun. It's just a chill game. Yeah, did you hear what happened with Pantheon, though? Apparently they had, like, an angel investor. I don't think they've ever said who. But someone invested, like, $1 million in the Pantheon. So, hopefully it works out for him. Someone believes. It's at least $1 million, possibly more, yeah. Yeah, for people that don't know what we're talking about like old school MMORPGs. The ones that are designed to be like Final Fantasy XI and EverQuest. So Pantheon is one of them, Monsters and Memories is one of them. Pantheon was on the verge of like complete collapse until they got a huge investor recently. And the Monsters and Memories is like the big one coming out this year in like 6 months, 5 or 6 months. Yeah, they said a 7-figure investor. Crazy. I'm rooting for both of them. I don't want Pantheon to die. I want that game to succeed. You have a factory sealed copy of Red. Nice. Can't be too many of those left these days. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Resident Evil 9 comes out not that long from now. It's hard for me to like get in the mindset of, oh, these horror games are coming out soon, because all my horror games get played in October. So for me, it's like October or nothing. Here's a seller here that's got a bunch of Armored Core and RPG games. All bidding, some of them still at reasonable prices. I'm going to link the seller. Everything ending in about an hour. Good stuff in there. Of course, combined shipping, I'm assuming they offer it if you were to buy more than one. Did I ever play Aeon? I did. I played it when it came out. I enjoyed Aeon. I loved flying around. The game was beautiful. I played it when I just got like a brand new gaming laptop, back when those were a thing. And ultimately, I think the thing that pushed me away was just a little too grindy. A little too modern-esque. Pretty much anything I played after Final Fantasy XI was hard for me to stick with. Because all they did was make me want to go back and play Final Fantasy XI. Because in my mind, they were all inferior. I did not play Dreadmiss, no. Not familiar with that one. The MMO with all the stolen assets? Yeah, I didn't follow that. Sounds like something I probably would have secretly loved. I'm sure it was a jank fest. I don't follow Star Citizen, so I couldn't really comment on it. Was it a Kickstarter situation? I played Phantasy Star Online, not on the Dreamcast. But let me tell you, one of the biggest things I wish I was able to do back in the day was play Dreamcast Online. My word, that would have blew me the hell away. Being able to play the Dreamcast Online, mind-blowing. But I didn't have the opportunity. So I didn't play Phantasy Star on that. I played it on the Xbox version. Xbox, like, original. I played it for a few months, actually. And then I forgot to cancel my freaking subscription for like 8 months. So let's just say, thankfully I got my money's worth out of the game. Because I played it for quite a bit. But I overpaid for the subscription on that for a while. It was good. It's just a different type of grindy game. I never got obsessed with it like some people did. Hello, Macau. I hate it when we get flooded by this seller that lists a ton of PC games. And they sell 2 copies. Like, who the heck needs 2 copies? I feel like if you're going to do this, you're less likely to sell because most people are going to be like, why would I want to buy 2 copies? I'd rather just buy 1 for half the price. Makes no sense. Yeah, it's probably just the pricing for modern games. People are getting priced out of modern games. Hopefully, we continue to see more games like Arc Raiders that like price well beneath what standard modern games are pricing at, and they're doing very well. Right, like a $40 game. I want to see more $40 games that are very successful. Oh, this seller is very annoying. My goodness. Does it come with this wooden box? Or what is that, a shipping box? Shipping box. It just looks so perfect. This person was really into Tony Hawk games. Nintendo America employee lot. Did I scroll by it? I kept scrolling because of that one seller flooding the listings. Calendar planner lot of 21. It's cool and all, but man, you would have to be so hardcore to pay $1,300 for something like this. So it's got like the time breakdown. I guess this was like a meeting area for employees. Sales, selling, workshop, celebration of service. Buses depart. 10-year NMI employees. Pretty organized. We nurture our relationships, a relationship-focused culture with compassion, sincerity, humility, and honest communication. We work hard and have fun together. We are one Nintendo. I think this is overpriced. It's cool. But there's got to be like maybe one person on planet Earth that would spend $1,300 on this. The new Paper Marios. From what I hear, they're more of a puzzle game than an RPG at this point. combat in that last one did not look like my thing at all. And these lots are overpriced. Well, I guess some of them are reasonable. Some of them just felt way too expensive. It's a decent lot. Checking to see if PsyOps has the second disc, which it does not. This is actually pretty good. Shipping's reasonable. So PsyOps by itself is like a $25, sometimes $30 game. Oni these days, don't sleep on Oni. Oni's like easy $25 to $30 now. The game's definitely gone up in price. So between those two, you're pretty much paying like an extra $10 to get Soul Calibur 2 and 3 and Guilty Gear. Soul Calibur 3 I know is about $20. Soul Calibur 2 I'm not sure, but I'd imagine 10 to 15. $15 probably? 12 to 15? Guilty Gear I'm not sure. If I had to guess, 10 to 15. That's a pretty common one. So it's pretty good value. And they have a long box D, so you know they're a seller you can trust. So I'll link their store for you. Hello, party. Gym stuff is coming along. Feeling a difference? I mean, I don't know, it's too early for that. Right? You typically don't notice results for about 3 months. So, we'll see when we get there. Corey in the house. I saw that it's going for a lot of money because of Metacritic. I'm not really sure what set that meme off originally back in the day. It's temporary. For sure. Those kind of prices are temporary. It'll come down. It's just everybody's all hyped up on the meme at the moment. Free weight stuff. Right now I'm sticking to machines. So, once I feel comfortable with those, then I'll move into free weight. I think I'm going to join a different gym, though, when I move into free weight. One that is more of a traditional gym where I can get a trainer. Because the most important thing is you want to make sure you're actually correct form. It's very important. Right now I'm dealing with an imbalance in my left bicep and triceps. So it's going to delay me by a few months. Probably 2 to 3 months. It is what it is. Pretty much when I do bicep or tricep exercises, my left arm is always behind the right arm. So now I've got to slowly catch it up, which is rough. Oh yeah, I don't intend on doing heavy free weights without a trainer. Because I'm not gonna sit here being like, oh yeah, I could watch a YouTube video and I'll be an expert. No, you don't want to mess with that. My back's already messed up. I can't risk that. Cute lot. I like it because it has Eye of Judgment. That's it. Which sadly is pretty much unplayable now. For those of you that are unaware, Eye of Judgment has no single player campaign. So if you ever buy that game and you're like, oh, I'm going to have fun playing through with the physical cards, I'm sure there's a solo campaign or a solo story. Nothing. You get a tutorial and then that's it. You have to play online. So just a heads up, because getting an Eye of Judgment now is actually a pretty expensive endeavor. It's not as cheap as it once was. Getting that camera and the stand and like if you're going for the actual cards, all that stuff, it's pretty pricey. Just know that it's pretty much going to be a dead online game with a tutorial. You started playing Eco. Any beginner tips? What version are you playing? You playing PS2 or PS3? Yeah, I had my upper body day today, and I incorporated some new machines into the mix, so I was pretty, it was a pretty long session at the gym. I'll tell you all the machines I did today. And every machine I do 3 sets. Typically at least 10 to 12 reps. Lat pull down, chest press, seated row, shoulder press, MTS shoulder press, pec fly, rear delt, back extension, preacher curl, bicep curl, Bayesian cable curls for bicep, tricep extension, tricep press, abdominal crunch, abdominal pull. I also did tricep Bayesian extension, and then some dead hangs while I waited for machines. I did all of that today. Yes. I'm not messing around, all right? I'm not going there doing 5 machines. I do that routine every 3rd day. For lower body, I do seated leg press, seated leg curl, leg extension, calf extension, prone leg curl, glute kickback, hip abductor, hip adductor, glute bridge. And then there might be like 1 or 2 other things in there that are not in my itinerary. And then I always warm up with treadmill. And then on the days I don't do upper or lower body, I still go to the gym and I still do at least an hour of cardio. I get 1 off day where I don't go to the gym. My other off days are still at the gym. Hello, Ostia. How long did it take me to do all those? I'm gonna be honest, today was a pretty long day. It was like 3 to 3.5 hours. It was a Saturday, so you know you have to wait for some of the machines. Oh, that's right. No, I did Yeah, I did. I think there was one that's not on that list. I don't think it updated correctly. Because I added in rotary, hip rotary or something. It's actually a pretty fun machine. But that one takes a while because the machines where you got to do like one side and then the other, so it's technically like you're doing 6 sets because you got to like target 2 different sides. Those would probably be the first ones I cut out for time's sake. How long to rest between sets? It depends on what set it is and what exercise it is. Typically, no less than 60 seconds. If I'm going for like a third set on the highest weight that I've done yet, then I will sometimes wait up to 3 minutes. So between 60 and 60 seconds, 3 minutes. Typically, my cutoff is 2 minutes. £10 down so far? Damn. Very nice. Congrats, Cody. So you've lost 10 pounds since I put out that video? Or did you start a little earlier than that? I don't know much about CrossFit. Taking it one step at a time. Well, right now I spend so much time at the gym. The way I'm doing it right now, I usually spend 5 to 10 minutes on the treadmill before a workout. And then on my off days, I try to walk between 7 and 10,000 steps. So that's like 3 times a week. You can't exhaust yourself before a workout. Right? Like if I were to walk 7,000 steps and then start working out, not a good idea. Not a good idea. And honestly, the freaking walking days, those are the days where I usually don't stream. Like right now, I literally got back from the gym a few hours ago and I'm fine. It's the cardio days where I get home and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm streaming tonight. Because it gets my heart up so much, you know? And I guess, you know, my heart's still getting used to that kind of exercise. So I'm like, by 6 p.m., I'm like, all right, time for a nap. And I'm sure people are wondering, yes, I do progressive overload. I'm not like doing the same weights. I track it on an app on my watch. So I put in the sets, the weight, and I continually try to do more reps or more weight every time I go on the machine. I never do the same that I did last time. I always try and improve it a little bit. Oh, here's a mascot platformer lot for you. Very reasonably priced. Shipping kind of kills the deal. Doctor said I should exercise. No. I'm just doing it. I mean, obviously, get some, like, walking in, but he didn't say, like, oh, go to the gym. The next time I see my doctor, he's probably gonna be surprised. Because my doctor visits her every 6 months. A JRPG I was hyped for that was a letdown? Oh, man. I'm gonna be honest. It was definitely the transition from Final Fantasy 9 to 10. I was pretty darn disappointed by 10 originally. I couldn't even finish the game. But I've come full circle on 10. I love that game now. So I'd probably say 10 initially. Oh, let me link this seller in case anybody was looking at this lot. Speaking of which, there it is. Their games are actually... These are some pretty reasonable lots. This is a good seller. That's a pretty good price on Busta Groove. This racing lot here is also 24 bucks. That's pretty good. Then you got like a little arcade lot here with pinball games for 16. An RPG lot for the 360 for 40 bucks. Wartech for $12. Where's Bovine at? He's pissed. He bought this game at peak price during the 360 apocalypse. When it was like 70 bucks. It is a great seller. Yeah, very good prices. I'm going to link you guys this store. Yes, yeah. If you lost 10 pounds in that fast a time, it was definitely water weight. Most likely. Because the same thing happened to me when I first changed my diet. You lose the initial pounds very quickly. Is there a series or system I'm looking at? Right now I'm just searching a lot. General search. You were not happy Final Fantasy 11 becoming an MMO as a kid. Oh, I loved it. If you actually played it, I think you'd think differently of it. You gotta remember, imagine playing Final Fantasy 11 on your PS2. It was insane. It was crazy. World. Life-changing game. What was the 360 apocalypse? When they first announced they were going to be removing digital games, you know, not being able to buy digital stuff on 360 anymore, prices went crazy. I had a few videos about it a couple years ago. Which private server are you playing on? Or are you doing the retail server? Gmoy? Yeah, I refer to that period as the 360 apocalypse. Oh, okay, you're doing retail servers. Yeah, I don't do retail Final Fantasy 11. Man, the box isn't even like mint for that price. What the heck is this? Huh? Are they showing somebody else's listing that's sold for $2,600? Is that what they're doing right now? I have never seen a seller do that before. So what they did here, They saw somebody else sell Emerald and Crystal for $2,600, and they literally copied. Is this them? Who? How did they get this info? Is this the same seller? Let's just assume it's the same seller. They sold Emerald and Crystal for $2,600, I guess, and they put the tracking in the listing pictures. Wait a minute. Feedback profile. No, they actually copied another seller? Yeah, they copied another seller. And they show their feedback to confirm it was a real sale, and then they listed the same thing for $2,500. Man, that's some advanced strats right there. They're doing the research for you. Private server's so empty. 9/11. You gotta play on Horizon. Any given moment, there's usually like 1,000 people on there. I'm gonna check right now. Saturday night, I'm gonna say that Horizon's got 1,200 people on it. Let's see. $2,300 people. Horizon is kicking right now. There it is. 2,300 people playing Final Fantasy XI on the private server. Let's see who's looking for a party. Look, here's all the people seeking parties. All the different levels. All the different jobs. Let's see how many bards are looking. Oh, a good amount of paladins. 2 bard, 3 bards. Always in short supply. And here's all the players that are on right now. 2,379 people. Look, we can even find me. Let's see what I'm pretty sure I left off as a level 11 ninja. No, apparently I was on Red Mage. I guess I was using it as a death warp. But on this server, I got 30 warrior, 21 white mage, 24 beastmaster, 10 ninja. I was close. 14 monk, 19, you know, these are just sub-job things. I was leveling bard, which is why I'm leveling ninja. I need the ninja sub-job. But if I go back to it, man, I'm tempted to go dragoon. Dragoon always just calls to me. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was clamming with this gear on. Makes sense. That's not the only private server I played on. That's the freaking 3rd time I started over on a private server. Let me see, what was the name of the other server I played on? Oh my god. What was the name of the last server before that? Anybody remember? Wings. Can I see my info on Wings still? That's the one that I went crazy on. Do they have a website still? I'm not seeing a website for Wings XI. It's now Cat's Eye? Oh, did they merge with Cat's Eye? Oh, that's right. I do remember something like that happening. Let's see. Trying to see if I can still find my... Do they have a thing you can search for players? They only have 800 people online. Is there a place I can go here and search for myself? I'm not seeing. Oh, wait, hold on. No results found? What the heck? Maybe because I haven't logged in since they merged? I'd be very disappointed. You're gonna miss GameStop. Do you know if the ones by you are closing down? I know they're closing a bunch of stores. We're talking about Final Fantasy 11. Star Wars lot of 5 games, $80 shipped. That's probably a little high. Copy of Diablo. Definitely priced accordingly. There's no deal to be had here. Good selection. Let me see if I can do some rough... They do have low feedback, so let me do some rough estimates here. Make sure that their price is correct. I'm a little unsure what Gekio is going for these days. It used to be pretty cheap. I'm just going to say about $40. Yeah, they're pretty much right on with it. It's like $350, give or take. So they have it priced right where it should be. Slight discount. It's a cool PS3 lot. I still have never played Dark Void or Dark Sector. No manual. $25, $35 shipped. So it's like $9 a game. Reasonable. But if anybody wants it, let me know. I'll pass on it though. Yeah, it's a pretty infamous episode, Dash. Thanks for Final Fantasy 13 tips the other day. You're doing good with the shift recover. Oh, I'm really glad that you nailed that down. I'm glad it made sense. You see the difference now, right? It's a lot more fun and more optimized in combat. It's not the easiest thing to describe, so I'm glad you got it. And I completely forgot Pardeep when you asked earlier. I don't think I ever saw your answer if you were playing the PS2 or the PS3 version of Eco. But I would say the #1 tip I would give is calling for Yorda actually gives you a speed up. So if you're ever needing to get somewhere quickly, even if Yorda is captured, it's a good tip to get somewhere faster. Like if she gets grabbed by the shadows or gets taken away, you want to keep shouting as Eco. So keep calling for Yorda, because you move faster while you're calling for Yorda. We use it in the speedrun all the time. We're constantly shouting for Yorda, so that's a pretty big tip if you're looking to make it a little easier. Lord of the Rings Conquest did go up, but it has come back down in price. If this was a lot from like last year, it probably would have been a really good deal. $13 shipping. Pass on that. I understand why people don't like 13. It's very linear. The combat is very different. And there's no traditional towns. Like I understand why people don't like it. But the people that don't like it from back when it came out, I really wish they'd give it a second chance. That's all I ask. Give it a second chance and see what you think now. Did I beat Amy? Of course I did. My full playthrough of that is on YouTube if you want to watch it. It's on my second channel. One of those so bad it's good games, for sure. Like, it's bad. It's pretty bad. Best place to hit my past speedruns. So, unfortunately, Twitch did something months ago where they deleted all the VODs. And I used to always link to Twitch on my speedrun page. So I have, like, you know, all that stuff I have saved on my PC, like various places, because it was like hundreds of gigabytes worth of shit I had to save. So I haven't gone through the process of converting everything to YouTube yet, because it's going to take a very long time. But I do have a majority of my speedruns, like a good handful of them, on my second YouTube channel. I'll link it to you. Pretty much whatever is on here is what I've got right now. Eventually, I will work on converting more of them over to YouTube. It's just going to take a very long time. Chapter 11 is a very big... I forget if Chapter 11 is where you fight... I don't want to say the boss... in case you haven't gotten to it yet, but there's some power check bosses around that chapter. Am I going to pass on Fable 1? You mean like the actual first Fable game? I would never say never to Fable 1. I enjoyed Fable 2 more than I thought I was going to, so... one day, we'll see. Perhaps. I haven't seen the Chrono Trigger figures yet. Honestly, it would depend on the price. I have the old ones, the like little diorama figurines, which I'm very happy with. In terms of like having some Chrono Trigger merch. And I have some Chrono Trigger keychains. Oh, at Tajin's tower. So that was the boss on top of the tower, right? The one that looks like a dragon. If you beat that boss, you're doing pretty good. That's not an easy boss. Oh, thanks so much, Embalmed. Thank you for the super chat. Would I ever consider having my sealed copy of Eco graded? Sealed copies. I think I have... I forget how many copies of Eco I have sealed. 4? Some of them have been gifted to me in the past. I never got... I don't get rid of any copy of Eco. Honestly, it would just be for the entertainment value of it. I don't need to have them graded. But it would be really interesting to, like, see what grade they give it, kind of thing. Like, do I care? I don't really care. But it would be more of a content thing. Just for the entertainment value of it. But I'm completely fine with my copies just sitting there by themselves like they have all these years. It's pretty expensive to grade a game, so I'd probably just grade the best looking one. It's like $40, $50 to grade one game. It's ridiculous. But I would never sell them. Like, I wouldn't grade them to sell them. They would just still sit in my collection. They would not be graded with WADA. I would grade them with CGC. I collected... Well, it's not even that I collected strategy guides. Like, back in the day, I would just buy the guide when the game came out. If it was a game I was looking forward to. The guides are so cheap. It was hard to pass up on them because of how cheap they were. Nintendo Powers I also got, but I wasn't subscribed to them 24/7. Sports cards. How dare they not show us something else? So I have a good amount of Nintendo Powers. A lot of them I used to buy on eBay or thrift stores, like wherever I'd find them. They were dirt cheap. I had a very eclectic, varied mix of magazines back in the day. And also strategy guides. Like, I was getting strategy guides for 3D platformers, RPGs, action games, whatever. Whatever it was. If I liked the game and the guide was cheap, I would get it. I don't do guides anymore. Too heavy, take up too much room. Got plenty of them. Not that they really make guides anymore. But even still, I don't go out of my way to acquire older ones. Padrino with the 2 years. Padrino, your math was off. Thank you very much, Padrino. Can't believe I've had memberships on there for freaking 2 years now. Crazy. And thank you for the golden knob on that as well. Speaking of which, thank you for the segue, Padrino. As the pinned message says on YouTube, I have reached a really awesome milestone. 200 members on YouTube. Had a bunch of new members over the last month. So we have reached a 200 member milestone. So thank you to everybody that has joined recently or in the past. And as I have pinned there in the message, I'm going to celebrate it by doing a little bonus members eBay stream thing at the end of this stream. And I will give myself a little bit of a budget and see if I can actually find something to buy for streams, as I have done a couple times in the past during member streams. So if you're a YouTube member, when the stream ends, it's going to keep going for you for about an hour, and I'll put on my gym playlist. How about that? I'll put on the video game music that I listen to at the gym, and I'll see if I can find something to buy myself. The elusive Pete actually buys something on an eBay stream. Because there won't be as many of you there to buy the things before I buy it. Every time I look at an Atari lot, I just like... I can never tell if there's something hidden in there. It's like, oh, there's a game that's $100. It's really hard for me to know. I know nothing about... I mean, obviously, you can look at this and be like, alright, well, there's a game that's like $3. The usual suspects. But when it comes to looking at, like, if there's a hidden gem in here that's like a $30, $40, $50 cart, I have no idea. It's really difficult. Hey, thank you, Honey Squids and Dash, both of you at the exact same time. Thank you for joining. Sure to check the member section if you haven't been in there before. Unfortunately, it's a little disorganized because my streams kind of like clog up the actual member vlog videos and stuff, but if you dig through there, you'll find them. They're pretty easy to pick out from the crowd. But those look really jammed in that shipping box. I don't know, you think they could have spared a bigger box? My word. You put any pressure on that box, those carts are going to crack. Hopefully they're not shipping it in that box. Just found out you can use Google Play Balance. Oh, interesting. Well, I appreciate it. Isn't there a way that you can, like, get Google Play Balance? I know some people, like, get Google Play Balance through, like, redemptions and stuff, right? Pretty sure there's ways you can get Google Play credit by doing, like, other than paying for it, right? Am I not remembering this correctly? Oh, he's examining. What did he get? A Michael Jordan rookie card. Actually, I have no idea. They're back with the eBay live streams on every page. I like it better when they show Pokemon. At least I know what I'm looking at. You can get free Google Play Balance by taking that. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you get it like through surveys and stuff. Well, that's cool. Well, considering my membership is $1, it's probably not that hard to get the balance by taking surveys. You probably do one survey and you probably get like freaking half a year of memberships or something. I don't know what they give you for doing surveys. You recently bought a $200 game off eBay and the seller just put it in a bubble mailer. Oh god, that's the worst. Especially if it's in a cardboard box that can get crushed. It just makes no sense. Like, it just makes you think wonder what they're thinking. I've done that before with trading cards where, like, I'll buy a pack and I'll be like, this person's smart enough to not ship this in a bubble envelope, right? And sure enough, it comes in a bubble envelope. And we're not talking like a $5 pack, right? Like, it might be a $20, $30 pack. You ship that damn thing in a little box. Don't send that to me in a bubble envelope. Defender versus Galaga. I would pick Galaga. What game will I buy? Well, I picked up something recently for the stream. I will be looking for stuff for that, but you'll have to stay tuned to see what that may be. Original Donkey Kong Country plush. Nights in the Dreams plush. I never had the Riala plush. The Knights plush was good enough for me. I didn't need all the other ones. Okay, that's not bad. As long as they're quick surveys. Yeah, I've seen what's happened with Corey in the house. It's just temporary. There's no way that game will maintain those prices. So, let them have their fun wasting your money. Did I see the Pokemon store robbery? I did. I did indeed. It's crazy that they caught it on camera too. You just see them coming in. And, guy takes out a gun. That's gotta be scary. Guy takes out a gun in the middle. They were doing a Pokemon craft night. There were like 25 plus people in the store. You know, like decorating their card holders, whatever they were. You know, they were just having fun. And then armed robbery comes in and breaks the glass, steals graded cards, booster boxes, at least $100,000 worth of Pokemon stuff. And that is why, everybody, you do not open a trading card store. It's just, there's break-ins all the time with trading card stores. It's crazy. People are realizing that it's better than robbing a bank. Just go rob some Pokemon. Because the prices are ridiculous. It's also why I would not open a retro game store. They don't get hit as much as Pokemon, but they also get hit. People are catching on like what that stuff is worth. I don't know about you, but having a retro game store, unless that thing is like in a mall or something, where the mall is protected, I just couldn't imagine leaving all those expensive retro games sitting alone, and the only thing between you and the outside is just like panels of glass. Even if you have like a shutter thing that like they'll just drive their car into it, whatever they're gonna do, if they really wanted to. No thanks. I envy the people. I would. It would be so scary every night thinking like, oh, is tonight the night it gets broken into? Yeah, even inside the mall you can still get robbed, but I feel like you're less likely, because at least when the mall is closed, they'd have to break into the whole mall. And if they're going to rob you in the mall, they're going to have to still, like, make a getaway through the mall. I feel like that's too risky. Because, yeah, one of the things they took was a first edition graded Charizard. I mean, something like that, honestly, when you close, I was going to even say when you close, but they did it when they were open. Something like that should be in, like, a safe. Because a first edition graded Charizard, depending on the grade, you're talking, like, minimum $20,000, $30,000 for that, right? Like, it's crazy what that goes for now. It's just literally, it's just like having a vault of money just sitting there in this one little simple thing that you can take. Sonic the Fighter's Tails plush. It may look like your just everyday Tails plush, but this is specifically from the Sonic the Fighters line that came from Japan. Used to be, still kind of are, but used to be one of the most coveted lines of Sonic plushes you can collect. Because this line of plushes had all the cool characters. You had Bark, you had Bean, you had Metal Sonic, you had Super Sonic, you had Espio. That was the only plush of Espio that existed until, you know, they started making them more recently. It was also, at the time, the only Supersonic plush. Until they started making more of those as time went on. Metal Sonic, it was the only Metal Sonic plush. So Sonic the Fighter's plush line used to be, like, crazy. to collect. Corey in the House, DS promotional poster, misprint green. Oh, here come the memes. Theater now for free air. We keep setting copies, we keep getting copies even almost 2 decades later. Walmart employee. Who is Corey? Some guy in Walmart. Wow. Sealed copies, $800. I mean, these are people that just don't know what to do with their money. Right? Like, you don't gotta think too hard to be like, you know what? That's definitely not going to be an $800 game 5 years from now. I still care about Resident Evil. Oh, I definitely still care about Resident Evil. I tend to play at least one of them a year every October. Hello, Retro Tycoon. I think 3DS games will spike soon. Well, considering what 3DSs are currently selling for, that's got to eventually bleed over into the games a little bit, right? If people are willing to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars to get a 3DS, they'd have to be willing to spend a lot of money on the games eventually too, potentially. Right? Because the initial investment's pretty high. I just think right now everybody's spending a lot on a 3DS and they're like saving and recouping, and like eventually they're probably gonna... There's more and more people buying 3DSs right now, so eventually the demand is gonna go up for 3DS games because a lot more people are buying them again. $1,200 for a Nintendo Power wire rack. Listen, it's cool and everything, but $1,200? Does hold a lot of them though. But it is fair. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that before. And you know what? I can't blame the seller because some people pay a lot of money for Nintendo Power or World of Nintendo merch, official merch. So, you know, test the waters, see what the offers are. I think that's what they're doing. Yeah, but people are just coming back around to the 3DS. A lot of people probably sold their 3DS at some point, and now they're just looking to get back into it. It's just, you know, it usually comes and goes in cycles. You'll see that with other consoles. 3DS sold so many. Like, there's just so many people out there. The way to think of it is think of how many people bought and owned a 3DS back in the day. Now think about how many of those people had to sell their 3DSs at some point, maybe for money reasons, or maybe they were like, you know what, I'm never going to play this again. I got the Switch. They sell all their games, whatever have you. Now think about how many people would potentially want to buy back a 3DS in a slow time for Nintendo with the Switch 2. Because let's admit it, it's a pretty slow time for the Switch 2 right now. Not a ton of games. That thing isn't even super portable. You going to throw that thing in your jeans? Not unless you got Jenko jeans. So getting an actual portable console again with a huge library of games, they're nostalgic for it. The 3DS is amazing. That's what's happening right now. There's just so many people in that bracket that can, you know, think about getting back into the 3DS. So that's what's happening. This game, by the way, I love it for this. It definitely got me because I saw this on PSN and I was very confused. The only reason this game exists is to make fun of limited run games. This is a parody of limited run games. And it's an actual game. Let me read you the description. Originally developed in 1994 by visionary game developer Takashi Fukuhara, this exclusive Pippin console title was poised to revolutionize gaming while its stunning realism and gripping gameplay. Journey through a nightmarish world filled with colossal demons, collect the forbidden tomes of an ancient evil book, prepare for the ultimate showdown with Megaton, a megademon whose very presence shakes the earth. Your goal, be the first to claim the legendary scroll and unlock a treasure. Though the game faced extensive delays due to Fukuhara's relentless pursuit of realism, leading to its eventual cancellation for being too realistic, Megaton, giant demons from hell, has finally been unearthed by forensic game archaeologists. Rediscovered but not remastered, this game offers a rare glimpse into a legendary lost piece of gaming history. And they're called limitedraregames.com. If you go to their website, the last time I went to it, all it does is just crap all over limited run games. And they have like different versions of this that are super expensive. Essentially, it's they got me on PSN because it has this same description on PSN. I started reading this, I'm like, wait, what? A Pip? This isn't I was looking at this, I'm like, wait, how did I not know about this? A Pippin game lost to time? And then you realize it's all a parody. This was not a Pippin game. It's a new game that is just... If you just go to their website and you'll see what I mean. They hate limited run games. And they made a game and marketing specifically around crapping on limited run games. They have like all these different versions and things that like limited run would typically do. It's pretty funny. Like the effort they went to has to be commended. The only way you can play a 3DS game on a TV is if you have a modded 3DS, and then you can get the video out onto a TV. When I play 3DS now, I mean, I could technically play it like on my PC, but I still look at the 3DS because it's kind of awkward to play it looking at a screen. Hey, thank you, Bandersnatch. Thank you for the 114. You don't need the modded system. That's good. I figured they'd probably eventually come out with something like that. I'm sure modded is still better, but like as a free, convenient alternative. I'm sure that's probably a good way. Am I more of a fan of PS5 or Series X? PS5 just because it tends to have more games I'm interested in. But I love the backwards compatibility of Series X. Which PlayStation... They don't release enough like older games onto the store. So I definitely prefer Series X for that. Alright, let's do affiliate. So we're about to take a look at things that people have bought with my eBay affiliate link, which you can find in my YouTube stream and video descriptions if you want to get your stuff on here. Ultra Age. Yeah, I've wanted to check out Ultra Age. Were you the one that was asking for like recommendations on those kind of games? Because I think I remember mentioning that a couple weeks ago. Various Punk New Wave Ultimate Collection Brand New Original CD. See what's on here. I don't know the names of any of these besides The Cure. These other ones, I have no clue. I'm not punk enough, apparently. Okay, there's more on the back here. A lot of songs on there. 5 CDs. 13 bucks. Goddess of Victory, Nikkei. Wait, somebody bought... Alright, hold on. We gotta pre-screen this for sure. You can't trust these Nikkei people. Alright, let me make sure it's okay first. Uh-huh. Scroll down. Oh god, the things that are gonna be in my recommended on eBay now. Okay. So what is this? It's a booster? What is it? Cards inside? What the heck is this? It says it's a booster. Booster box. Are there cards in here? Apparently. Number of cards, 60. They make official cards for that game? 15 booster packs. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does say CCG. Ponyo on the Cliff figure. Oh, we were just talking about Ponyo. We were going on a big Studio Ghibli discussion last night. So it's actually kind of cool to see Ghibli stuff on here. That's nice. I don't own anything for Ponyo, merch-wise. Maybe a little keychain? When Ponyo's like in the half state, like one of these kind of looks. But I don't know. Don't quote me on that. PSA 9 Mint Pokemon Celebrations Venusaur Classic Collection Holo Rare. For 29 bucks. A lot of 2 new Denver Nuggets Authentic Jersey Team pants. Oh, patch set. I was gonna say pants for 4 bucks. Neville Arena Nikkei Goddess of Victory. More cards, huh? Alright, you never know. I gotta check this one too. You can't trust this stuff. Alright, it looks fine. Make sure... Oh, hold up. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, this one shows the cards. Which ultimately would probably be fine, but... You know, YouTube these days with their algorithm, they'll be detecting it and being like, what the hell is this guy showing on stream? Mm-hmm. Interesting. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's got to be a super rare. There's a lot of images in this listing. Oh, no, that's got to be the ultra rare. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll link the listing for those of you that want to, you know, check it out. The Super SSR. Probably the last image. Sky Odyssey for the PS2. 10 bucks. Worth every penny. Let me know what you think of it, whoever picked it up. Odell's Carpenters and Builders Guide. Aquarium collectibles? Interesting. Let's see. Wow, that's an ancient book guide. Carpenters and Builders Guide. Modern Construction Woodworkers. Huh. Cool collectible. 1948. Reprinted 1948. Mortal Kombat Deception for the PS2 for 13. Elite 1337. South Park, the complete first and second season, 6 DVDs. I used to be obsessed with South Park as a kid. Like, I was watching that when I definitely should not have been. The coolest part, though, was I actually, like, there was a friend of the family that worked for South Park. And like she knew my grandmother. So when I go see my grandma, you know, one time she was there and she like hooked me up with a ton of South Park merch, which was awesome. I remember, I forget what grade it was, but man, it was. What year did South Park come out? What year did South Park come out? 97. So I would have been like 10, 11 years old. One of the things that she gave me was a shirt with Mr. Mackey on it that said, what was his saying? Like, well, I was like, kiss my ass and call me. Like, what was his saying? One of his sayings. Let's see. Trying to find out. Okay. Well, spank my ass and call me Charlie. No, is that really what was on that shirt? There's no freaking way. Apparently it is. So yeah, apparently that may not be the exact quote, but it was definitely it had to be censored. There's no way. I mean, maybe it wasn't. But yeah, one of the shirts she gave me was a Mr. Mackey shirt that had his quote on there, in the context of like spank my ass and call me Charlie, I guess, which is one of his famous quotes. I wore that to school when I was like 11 years old. That was the one and only time that they had me change my shirt. They would not let me walk around school with that shirt on. No, it was definitely not drugs are bad. No, it definitely was not that. Because looking back, I remember looking back on it, I was like, you know what, I can understand why they wouldn't want that in school at that age. Quote sounds like Mr. Garrison. Could have been. I'm pretty sure it was a Mackey shirt. I googled it. They said that's a Mackey quote. Thought they made shirts in large. It was probably a pretty large shirt. It was probably a small adult size. I mean, it could have been a Garrison shirt. Yeah, it may have been a Mr. Garrison shirt, potentially. It was one of the two. Yeah, it probably was a Garrison shirt. Yeah, it reminds me, there was one other time. I was too young to get it at the time. But my grandma, I remember I was really into WWF. And I told this story once a long time ago, but I remember I was at a flea market. And I was really into... What was the Mick Foley character that had the head character? Which one of his characters was it that had the head, like the mannequin head? Was it Mankind? Yeah, because Mankind was my favorite wrestler. Oh, Al Snow, okay. I liked all his characters. But I remember I was at a flea market, and there was a shirt with the mannequin head on it. And I was like, oh, cool, they have a Al Snow shirt. You know, one of my, I liked them. But on the shirt, it said one of two things. It either said, give me head, or I want head, or something along those lines. And I could not figure out why my grandmother was like, there's absolutely no way you're getting that shirt. And I'm like, why not? It's just a mannequin head from a wrestler. Thanks, Grandma. I understood eventually. So shout outs to Grandma. Could you imagine getting that shirt and walking? That's probably another shirt that would have got a call back to, from school. Come to the principal's office. What is this D0080 art book illustration? I've never been more suspicious of a listing. We gotta definitely screen this one ahead of time. Hold on. Okay, alright, what is this? Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Well, now they're recommending some very interesting books. Well, here it is. I don't know how this person even found this, considering the name of the listing. There you go. Mika Picasso? 2019 winter. Mortal Kombat PS3. 13 books. Sorcery TCG Apprentice Wizard Foil Promo. Oh yeah, that is a cool card. Man, I would have been so much more into the new Sorcery Gothic set, but I found out that the US got like completely bad odds on like the rarest cards. So when you open a box in the US, you're way less likely to pull the rare hollows, you know, the uniques. That made me hesitant to buy anymore. Cool promo card. Gilligan's Island, the complete series, 17-disc DVD set for only $20. The value. Nicorette, Stop Smoking, Old Mini. Oh, geez, here we go. Lozenge. Lozenge? Lozenge. We'll eventually get it, right? RPG Maker 3 for the PS2, manual only. No game. Corsair Vengeance. Desktop RAM for 60. An unused PC Engine software squeak. Last time we had cheese, this time we have squeak. A sealed copy, Chemdream. You going crazy buying sealed PC Engine games now? You intend to open this? I could never. I'd have to buy a used one. Unless the price of this was like pretty much on par with a used copy anyway. How do I decide if I'm going to buy a game on PS2 or Xbox? Well, these days I pretty much just buy it on PS2 because it's one step closer to a complete PS2 collection. That's pretty much my mindset. But if I were you, I would just buy whatever version has the better performance, which most of the time is going to be Xbox. At that point, also, it probably whatever controller you like more. I also definitely prefer PlayStation controllers over Xbox, which is another reason I go for PlayStation. The House of Nair by Morio Kita. The House of Nair, first edition, let's say. One of the most important novels of the post-war period, with its roots in the people of the city. Vivid, fresh, and suffused with humor. The House of Nair is a triumph of a novel. A holiday of a book. What the heck? It's a weird translation. This high-spirited novel is about a somewhat mad family running a madhouse. The reader who does not enjoy it should perhaps be consulting a colleague of the doctors. Holy, that's savage. The story is largely that of Mr. Kita's own family, but does not reveal itself as such. Autobiographic fiction, so well disguised, is a rare and great achievement. Damn, this person said, go see a damn doctor if you don't like this book. How could you not buy it at that point, right? This list is everything that people that watch my streams, they use my affiliate eBay link. So most of the things we're looking at are bought by people that are hanging out in either my Twitch or YouTube stream. And we look at what they bought, what they paid. Mortal Kombat Armageddon for the Wii, $21. Actually more expensive than you think. That copy of Armageddon arrived today with no manual. Ooh. Yeah, that would definitely affect the price on a Wii game like that. The affiliate link, yep, that's it right there. If you need international links, you gotta either go to my Twitch About page. Like, if you go to my Twitch channel, the eBay links are right there in the About section. Or in my YouTube and stream descriptions. My link tree has international links as well. Futurama Season 1 DVD for $5. Pretty cheap. Original Xbox Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 to 2. Oh, we were talking about the game tonight. 12-foot S video cable. Thai Beanie Baby? Wow. I think this is the first Beanie Baby we've seen purchased. Dobie the Doberman. Oh, I think I remember that one. Let's see. Ah, yes. Wait, 35 sold at $17? Are Beanie Babies making a comeback or something? Since when are people spending $17 on a Beanie Baby? Have we gotten to that point? Are Beanie Babies back? Huh. Yeah, the Beanie Baby comeback? I mean, hell, there's a lot of individual ones here for like $12. That's a lot for a Beanie Baby. $20 official Pokemon Lost Origin mini portfolio lot featuring Giratina and Zoroark. PSVR 2 Horizon Call the Mountain Bundle. Oh wow, somebody bought PSVR 2. Well, I hope you enjoy it. You bought the PSVR 2 bundle, pretty much the price I wanted. That's pretty cheap. Yeah, $225. Because what were they charging for that when it came out? Like $400? Well, have fun, Dan. I'm sure you'll be playing a lot of highly educational games. I'm sure the anime VR people are very happy you picked up a PSVR 2 bundle. What was that one game that I streamed on there? It was one of those like Hatsune Miku wannabe music rhythm games where like you use the two controllers and it turns into like glow sticks, but you're like moving it around to hit the boxes to the rhythm. It was actually really fun. I don't remember the name of the game. It was a launch game. Beat Saber. It wasn't Beat Saber. No, it was like a Beat Saber. Yeah, it wasn't that involved. Wasn't that crazy. Yeah, it was like some anime version of it. That was like a launch PSVR game. Maximo Goes to Glory. Another game that people were talking about last night. That's pretty crazy. A lot of crossover talk here in the purchases. Another Beanie Baby. Chewy the Chihuahua for $12. Wow. Beanie Baby comeback? Kazuna AI. Yeah, I recommend that. You should look in the Kazuna AI, Dan. I think you'll like it. And Lara Croft Tomb Raider Legend for PS2. I don't... Is that one of the instances where the PS2 version is different than the 360 version? Because I played the 360 version. Which, great game, by the way. I really like Legend. And that is it for this affiliate review for January 4th to January 10th. So thank you to everybody that used the link. Appreciate that. Like I said, if you want your stuff to show up on here, seems like the tracking might be getting a little better. I don't know. It's been tracking more stuff lately. Just be sure to, you just essentially click the affiliate link and it'll quickly redirect you to ebay.com, and then anything you buy after it redirects you should hopefully track. Does not work on mobile. You have to do it on browser. The only way it could work on mobile is if you're not using the eBay app. It has to be like through the browser version. So a bit of a pain there. Alright, so we got something fun to do tonight. I have an unboxing to do. This is something that was sent to my P.O. box. And it's a little delayed on my part. Because last week I forgot to open it on stream. Just completely forgot. I was going to do it last eBay. And then the week before that, I was right by where I had to pick this up, and then completely forgot to go pick it up. Because I multitask around the area. So it's a little delayed. I'm going to go full screen. There we go. So shoutouts to Kristen and Daniel. Emailed me. Said they had something special they wanted to send me. They've been watching my channel for a long time. I think they watched a lot of my TCG content as well, which there's going to be one thing in here particularly that they told me will be in here. But the other potential things inside, I don't know. Some people on YouTube are going to be like, wait, what is that? A lot of the people on Twitch are going to have a very good idea of what I'm about to show. Because I have shown it on stream before. So thank you again to Kristen and Daniel. Alright. Oh, they know me well. Look at this packaging. Airbags. Not just thrown into a box like these terrible eBay sellers. Kristen knows what she's doing. She knows what's up. Oh my god, what is that? No way, what is this? Oh, that is so cool. Wow. Hold on. Open this a certain way. Yeah, unfortunately this came literally the day before Christmas. But my P.O. box, unfortunately, is not right around the corner. My P.O. box it's a pretty big trip. But, check this out. It's like a custom... No, it's not even... Wow, it's official. Pop Creations. I've never seen that before. That's so cool. Wow. Now, every time I go into a Walmart and a Target, I'm going to have to check in the gift wrap sections for Sonic stuff. That's definitely going to be going in the Sonic collection. Very thoughtful. I love that. Yeah, that's a really cool box. Yeah, the foiling. Alright, I'm not going to look at what's inside. Alright, let me read the little card first, because I'm not sure if that's something that may want to be read on stream. We'll see. Hope you enjoy everything in this package. Thank you for all the amazing content over the years. Wishing you and your family an amazing Christmas and a happy 2026. Daniel and Kristen. I won't read the last name, but thank you very much. That is some of the neatest handwriting I have ever seen. That is so much better than my handwriting, boy. But I'm just going to show you. It seriously looks like it's printed on the card. Look at that. Way better than I can do, I'll tell you that. Alright, first thing. A cute little Clefairy keychain. I love that so much. I love pink Pokemon. I don't know what it is. They tend to be some of my favorite Pokemon. Chansey's my favorite Pokemon of all time. I really like the Clefairy and the Jigglypuff line, so that's perfect. That's gonna go right in with my my small little Chansey collection. It's in Japanese, so I guess this is PeteDorr. Huh. It's got a QR code and everything. I never heard of that brand. Perfect size too. Hey, wow, Blizzard, thank you. You were like the first person to ever gift more than one membership, I believe, by the way. That is very kind of you. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships. More people that can join us in the stream later. Really appreciate it. Trying not to look ahead of here, yeah. Ooh, unfortunately, this one got a teeny bit creased here. But it should be fine because what's inside is what matters. Huh. That's another really cute Pokemon thing. A Meowth sleeping figure. Gonna open this up. The box got a little crushed, so let's just free it. Open the curtain. Of course I didn't. There we go. That is a really cute Meowth figure. I'm gonna put that behind my stream. You will see him in the back of the stream and videos and stuff. I'll find a better spot off stream. What do we have here? Oh my goodness, what is this? My first Squishmallow? No wonder this box. I was gonna say, like, I didn't want to be weird. I didn't want to be like, damn, this box smells good. That's because there's a scented mystery Squishmallow in there. Alright, well, we gotta open this. This thing, my goodness, it smells like strawberries. Where did you link that store with the good lots? That was way earlier in the stream. Unfortunately, I don't have the link anymore. You'd have to check the VOD, and just like in the beginning of the stream, just look for where I like eventually it'll pop in the chat. No, the Sonic ice cream thing never had a smell. Mine never had a smell, so this makes up for it. Oh my, I've never seen that before. And finding a Sonic merch that I've never seen before, that's hard to do. Well, maybe not with the newer stuff. It's a freaking Sonic ice cream with chocolate and a cherry on his head. Look at that. That is different, boy. They are coming up with some crazy stuff for Sonic these days. And it smells actually really good. Wow. Scented oh, it's a mystery. No way, I actually got the Sonic? Yeah, it's not guaranteed to be Sonic. Thank God. So it could have been Tails, Rouge, Amy, Knuckles, or Shadow. I got the Sonic. Easy. See? They knew. Oh, it's from Jazzwares. Okay, interesting. Well, I'm very happy with the Sonic. That's the one I would have wanted. I'm telling, this thing smells... Wow. If you see one of these, pick it up. I actually got to keep that thing away from my other Sonic plushes for a bit to let the smell cool down, because that will certainly turn my Sonic collection into a candy smell. And then here's originally... Oh, hold on, there's still... Oh, that's... See? They know me well. They know. Check this out. First edition Chansey keychain. Which means a lot. Because that is my favorite Pokemon. One of the only original Wizards of the Coast English cards that I kept from my childhood. When I sold my entire Pokemon collection, one of the only English cards I kept was my Holo Chansey. So that's really cool. Very nice. But that is not all. The thing that they told me they were sending me is still in here. Now, people on YouTube are going to be very confused, like, what the actual heck is that? People on Twitch will know a bit more about it. but they said, oh, we got a MetaZoo UFO box to send you. Now, some people may understand the significance of this. This is the origins of why my trading card game channel exists on YouTube. Because this is the first MetaZoo box I ever opened. The first one I ever opened was on Twitch, and I opened a UFO box, and it was so fun. So I'm like, you know what? People that play games don't want to see this all the time. I'm just going to make a YouTube channel for trading card stuff. And this was the reason why I did it, this right here. For people on YouTube that don't know what MetaZoo is, it is a trading card game that died and then recently got resurrected with new owners. A lot of drama, but at the end of the day, these cards are awesome. They're sort of like hand-drawn watercolor cryptid cards. They got a lot of crap back in the day because the art is definitely love or hate. Right, like if you look at the Flatwoods monster there, you can tell it's like a very hand-drawn kind of look to it. All the artwork on here. But I loved it. I always love MetaZoo cards. And this will be fun to open because I have not opened a box of UFO MetaZoo in like 3 years. Yeah, it's been a while. So this will be opened on my trading card game channel. I told them I'd open the package on my eBay stream because, yeah, there's so many people watching. It's a lot more exciting that way. And then I will open this on my trading card channel, either through a stream or a video. We'll see. I haven't done a stream in a bit, so like maybe I'll hold it for a stream. It's always more fun to open stuff on a stream. But yeah, wow, what a super thoughtful package. Really, really appreciate that. I definitely feel bad I wasn't able to get there right before Christmas. But hey, I still had a ton of fun opening that. I don't get very many presents anymore for Christmas that are like themed around that kind of stuff, right? Usually these days I'm just happy with socks because I'm very hard to shop for. Right? Like people don't know what the hell to get me because they feel like I have everything already with games. So it's like, I don't, that's fine. So that was very fun to open. Thank you again to Daniel and Kristen, sorry. Gotta be very careful with this, I don't want to cut myself. Yeah, very thoughtful. I knew it was going to be a very thoughtful gift the second I saw the Sonic box. I knew they weren't playing around when I saw that. Just put you... Slide. Sorry, Dr. Robotnik. There we go. Where's that Sonic? Did I put it in the box? Gonna keep them nearby. My PO box, by the way, just a heads up, is due to expire on February 7th. I'm not sure if it's going to be renewed straight away. I'm not sure if it's going to be renewed months down the line, a year down the line. So just a heads up. I'd say the cutoff if you were going to send something to that is like... If you're shipping like priority, I probably wouldn't send anything later than February 2nd. And if it does get renewed at a later date, it could have a different number. So keep that in mind. Don't like just assume it's going to be the same. Just reach out to me to be sure if you're like shipping at a later... If you're watching this stream or this VOD like months from now, reach out to me just to make sure. But anything that is sent there, I do open on stream. I open it on my eBay streams. Where did I put the keyboard? Yeah, it's a keychain. Clefairy keychain. Hello, Matt Rat. I can't believe I pulled the Sonic out of the Squishmallow. Wait, what the heck is inside of this? That's gotta be the scent bag. I feel like something inside. Yeah, that's definitely gotta be the... Yeah, that's definitely the scent bag. Alright, I said we would search Dreamcast earlier. Wow, look at that Dreamcast. That is yellow. You can pass that thing off as a limited edition yellow variant. That's definitely, yeah, that's not a natural yellow. That's definitely a smoker yellow. D2. So we've been greeted by a long box D and a D2 tonight. That's good luck, you know. Everybody make sure you check your Windows security. I know everybody just like started checking their PCs. If you're on a phone, it doesn't affect you, I'm sure. But if you're on a PC, always get you. How much the Dreamcast ones? They're pretty expensive. Sonic Adventure 1 at one point was going for almost $100. I think it's come back down a little bit more into like the $70 range. Adventure 2 is probably still in like that $150 area. It got very expensive with the Sonic movies. I don't do console variants. I'm the kind of person where once I have my console, that's it. I'm good. I usually go for like just the base version. The only time I'll go for a variant is if I'm specifically buying one for region versions. Like if I'm getting a different region of a console, I'll go for a different color to tell them apart. Do I have Illbleed? Yeah, I played Illbleed quite a few years ago. It was a good game. I'm not sure. I'd say if you're a hardcore horror fan, like if you got to play all the horror games out there, then it's probably worth it. Very, very different game. Very wacky. Disc-only Sonic Adventure with rental stickers, $45. So... And then this one here, cracks in the case for 60. Sounds about right. 60 to 70. But that was going for almost $100. Not that long ago. I mean, sometimes I've gotten rid of games like that. Joke on this. But I never say never with games. There's been a lot of games where, like, you know, I bought them 10, 15 years ago and play them for the first time just recently, you know? I'm more likely to get rid of newer modern games while they're still worth something. Like if I play them and I'm like, you know what? I'm probably never going to play this again anytime soon. I'll get rid of those. Yep, 150 for Adventure 2 is what generally the asking price is. But see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, look at this. You can still get games like Blue Stinger, a classic, for $40. If you're looking for Dreamcast versions, you know, hey, maybe it's not the best version to play anymore, but there's a lot of games that are on other consoles, but the Dreamcast versions are nice and affordable. $25 for Soul Reaver, $21 for Star Wars Demolition. You got a lot of games like this. They're like 16, $15 for just, you know, some pretty standard racing games and stuff. Dreamcast is not as bad as people think it is in terms of being able to get a good little collection going for it at a decent price. There's not many games that are in that $100+ range compared to other consoles. The Ring, of course, because it's survival horror. But even still, for a Dreamcast exclusive, think about this. Think of all the other consoles that have exclusive survival horror games. This is exclusive for consoles on Dreamcast. And it's $106. That's way better than a lot of the other, like, PlayStation 2 kind of exclusive horror games. House of the Dead Strength Chainsaw. I never knew House of the Dead 2 had figures like that. Huh. That looks kind of weird, not gonna lie. I may have missed your resub, tentative. Sorry about that. Thank you for the resub. I'm not sure I heard that notification. Well, I've only had 2 Slims die on me, but yeah, I'm done buying PS2 Slims. No more. Of course, if you get into imports, that's a different story with Dreamcast. A Superman Dreamcast. It's actually kind of cool. Well, the only reason I'd have to get a new Slim is if I did do a PS1 speedrun. Because then I would need fast disk speed. No way around it. What is that? It's a finger, right? Gugan. Windex. Got a whole pantry under their TV. I see the goo gun. They probably tried to use it on... Ugh, that looks disgusting. Maybe they didn't try and use the goo gun on that. Yuji Naka autograph color paper. Wait, he just signed a piece of paper? That's pretty lame. Oh, for Prope. Oh, wow, yeah, I forgot about Prope. That's it? Just a piece of paper? I wouldn't buy something like that. Too easy to fake something like that too, right? There's nothing stopping you from just taking another piece of paper and trying the signature again. Whereas if he's signing like something more of value, it's like a one and done kind of thing. Prima's official preview guide for Dreamcast exclusive for Toys R Us. Huh, never saw that. That must have been so exciting. Imagine going into a Toys R Us and getting this before the Dreamcast came out. Looking through this like, oh man, I can't wait. It's all sports games, almost. Yeah, the setup for that is pretty... not as easy as you think, unfortunately. For reading magazines. I've done it before in a video. Plus, it's a lot of reading. Like, my voice has got to be prepared for that. At least with normal streams, there's downtime, right? Like, there's downtime from normal commentary. When you're reading a magazine, your downtime is more reading. So you never stop talking. There's a reason I don't stream visual novel games. Because, man, it is brutal. The only thing more exhausting than playing, like, a Connect game on stream is a visual novel. Talking for 5 or 6 hours straight, that's pretty exhausting. And when I say 5 or 6 hours straight, I mean, like, you literally never stop speaking the whole time. But it's like a shorter stream, that's manageable. Like 2 hours or something. That's fine. Let's see what the sold prices are. Let's see what people are picking up. This song came back already? Must be random. Wow, multiple copies of Skies of Arcadia? That's a little unusual too, it's still back to back like that. Someone bought D2 with a reflection. It's a cool cover though for this version. It's super shiny. What are my thoughts on being in Dunkey's videos? I think it's great. It's just all fun at the end of the day, right? Like, I don't think anything he says is serious. Like, people that think his video about my top 10 games of the decade is actually serious, I don't think they understand. It's all a parody. Shenmue, still nice and cheap. I mean, there are a lot of copies of Shenmue out there. And there are arguably better ways to play it. That's how you'll know if Dreamcast is getting crazy. If Shenmue ever starts approaching like $70 to $100, that's when you hit the panic button. Cannon Spike. So this is pretty much one of the top of the top. So this is the upper echelon of Dreamcast collecting. So you're looking at $350. Which, compared to other consoles, when you look at their upper limits for like the most expensive games, that's very low in comparison. Look at PS2. Kuon's like, what, $1,500 plus now? So, Dreamcast, I still stand by the fact that it's manageable to collect for. Look how many games we scrolled by. How many of them are $20, $30, $40? Or under in some cases. That looks like a very uncomfortable Dreamcast controller. And the audio levels on this song sound so much louder than everything else. But we'll let it slide since it's Trials of Mana. Illbleed. Yeah, Illbleed, Cannon Spike. Those will probably be two of the hardest ones for you to get. Man, I really want to play Evolution 1 and 2. Well, I don't think I ever played Evolution 2. But I remember renting Evolution. I didn't hate it. It's just not a good rental game back in the day. Like, how do you rent Evolution? Yeah. You don't. That's a game you buy. I think I'd really like Evolution, though. But I would be tempted to try the GameCube version. See what that's all about. But I remember hearing something about that being just a worse way to play for some reason. I don't remember why. Yeah, Evolution, I feel like, was pretty misunderstood. Just like Time Stalkers. Two RPGs that were definitely like in an RPG genre that the West was not used to yet, but Japan was like all about them, right? More of those sort of like hardcore dungeon crawlers. Very straightforward. No crazy design, like very basic dungeon designs. And Time Stalkers was a roguelike. Pretty much any old roguelike that came out, you gotta re-examine that with a magnifying glass now, because and like see why. Why did they get low reviews? Well, because people didn't play rogue. They didn't understand roguelikes back then. So now I think a lot of those roguelikes that got very low to mediocre scores would be really enjoyable for people these days. Games like Baroque are probably a great example. Another game that got slammed in the reviews because people just didn't understand it. They didn't understand the loop. Like, why are you losing stuff when you die? It makes no sense. Crimson Tears, yeah. That's another one I gotta play. I picked up a copy of that a couple years ago. I look forward to that. They had the watered down Evolution 1 a lot. Yeah, I remember hearing something about it being a worse version in some way. Did they compress the audio or something? Oh, there's Time Stalkers. Neo Geo Pocket Evolution. That's a very good version of Evolution. I was shocked how good that game was. It's a great version of Evolution. It's a pretty one-for-one port too, shockingly, in terms of how they transition it to handheld. Combat system, pretty accurate. Great game. Like, if you can emulate it, like whatever you got to do, play Evolution on Neo Geo Pocket Color. It's really good. Time Stalker has roguelike elements, from what I remember when I played it. Like, it's not a true roguelike, but it's got roguelike elements with the dungeon crawling. God damn, this Sonic Squishmallow. I've had it sitting on my lap. It smells like freaking strawberries in here now. Yeah, collecting can be very hard for people to get into now, though. Like, I don't blame anybody for emulating at this point. It's not for everybody, but you gotta remember, a game like Evolution on Neo Geo Pocket Color is literally hundreds of dollars. So I don't blame anybody for emulating. Do whatever makes you happy. Still always going to be one of the best versions of Crazy Taxi, too. I forget, I think the PS2 version took out the Offspring soundtrack, right? Is this the only version you can play with the original soundtrack? Oh no, wait, the PS2 version I think had it, but they removed it from the Xbox Live Arcade version. Right? Or did they remove it from the PS2 version and GameCube? It does have it, okay. But I think that version is worse overall though, right? I think the Dreamcast is still supposed to be the best one. Crazy Taxi is the only Dreamcast game you have. Well, it's a good one to have, if that's your only one. Yeah, I mean, look at this. We've been through 7 pages of sold games for Dreamcast. The only 2 games that are over $100, well, The Ring. 4 games. Well, 5 if you can count Giggling. But if you're looking at games over 200, we've only passed 2 games. In the grand scheme of things, that's really not bad for a highly coveted fan favorite retro console. I was so disappointed by Power Stone 1 and 2 getting that Capcom Fighting Collection re-release. I was expecting everybody to be on there having a blast playing online. I bought the PlayStation 5 version. The game was dead on day 1. Well, not day 1, but like, what? A couple days after it came out I played it? I don't remember. Dead. No crossplay. You couldn't pair anybody to fight. I was so disappointed by that. I was all excited to be playing Power Stone Online. No crossplay. So if you buy it on the PlayStation 5, you can only play with PS5 people. You buy it on Switch, only Switch people. PC, only PC people. I don't remember all the platforms they had it on. So yeah. No crossplay for your game these days. If it's a niche game like that, like, it's just dead. Same thing happened with Katamari. whatchamacallit, the new Katamari game. Once Upon a Katamari. Dead. No crossplay. I bought it on PS5. Nobody playing the game on the day it released. There it is. The reason to own a PS3. If you like terrible games. So glad I bought this game off of Amazon when it was like $10 sealed. Thank God. Fun for $10. I would not recommend it for $130. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's definitely something you only buy if you like bad games or if you're a PS3 collector. That's it. There's no other reason. Not at the price it goes for now. Yeah, streaming games is a little rough. There's always going to be some input delay. It's better than nothing, I suppose, but I would never recommend it. I've tried it in the past. It was pretty bad. Silent Hill 2 and 3, $440. Let's see if it has the soundtrack. No soundtrack. And I'll keep it relatively tame. And as I say that, it gets another bid for $100 more. Crazy. A little synthetic clut. I guess I'll ask it again tonight, because last night, I don't think anybody had seen it yet. Have any of you seen the new 28 Years Later movie, The Bone Temple? But I have a question for you. If you love 28 Days Later, but hated 28 Years Later, and you've watched the new one, what did you think of the new one? Because that's the predicament I'm in. Loved the first, was not a big fan of 28 Years Later. What's the consensus on the new one? You loved all three. You weren't a fan of it. Yeah, it's just the series is very back and forth now with the fans. I like 28 Weeks Later. I like 28 Days. 28 Days Later to me is like one of the greatest horror movies ever made. 28 Weeks Later is great. I really like it. Years, I was very disappointed by it. Everything but the first 30 minutes of the film. That's kind of where I stand. It's a very different zombie movie. Okay. If I understand it right, the zombies are not, like the infected are not really at the forefront of this new one, right? I'll probably still try and see it. But most importantly, Lord of the Rings extended editions next week. I forget the show times again, but one or two of... I forget if it was Saturday night. It might be a late showing on Saturday. I can't remember. Well, anyway. There's probably going to be... eBay might get moved around next week because of Lord of the Rings. Because the extended editions are back in theaters. Excited for it. There's just something about watching Lord of the Rings in a movie theater with that great sound. I could have went this weekend, but the seats, by the time I remembered, the seats were pretty much all sold out. I would have had to sit in a terrible seat. And for a 3.5, 4 hour movie, I'd rather have a better seat. One day I'll watch Lord of the Rings. This is your chance to do it. This weekend, movie theaters are bringing them back. If you can still get a ticket. That's the way to do it. He gives a rambling intro. When does that intro start? Is it before the previews or is it after the previews? Like, how early do you have to get there? I would say go to the theaters this coming weekend or this weekend. Or it might be too late. You would have had to go on Friday. Just watch Fellowship of the Ring in theaters. And just see what you think about it. If you've never watched them before. Oh, it starts at showtime. But does his rambling start at showtime? Or do you have to get there before? His rambling starts at showtime? How long is the rambling? He does it for all of the movies? How long is the rambling? Minutes, okay. Alright, just so I can plan accordingly. Wait, was your theater pretty packed for those two showings? Sold out, yeah. Yeah, not gonna miss that. Yep, Kathleen Kennedy finally had a Star Wars. We'll see what happens. We'll see what it brings Star Wars. Hopefully some, maybe they can redeem it. "14 years too late." Like, I know it's a meme, it's like, oh, the Star Wars fans, they're just like, they love complaining, they hate Star Wars. Like, no. Most of us actually really love Star Wars. Right when The Force Awakens came out, I was like at peak excitement for Star Wars. I had never been more into Star Wars. Like, I could not wait to see what, you know, the sequel trilogy would bring. And to be honest, I didn't hate Force Awakens. I actually was like, okay, this is alright, you know. Hey, it's a bit familiar. Let's see where they take this. I liked a lot of the characters. It's just everything that came after that. Like, they lost me, for sure. But I'm willing to give them a chance. We'll see what happens. See what the new, what Dave Filoni can do. I'm looking forward to that, what is it, that, not Rogue Squadron movie. The one that got what's his name as the lead? What's that next flight-centered Star Wars movie that's coming out? Starfighter. I'm hoping that's good. I'm feeling like that has potential. Listen, I'm always looking for a reason to get back into Star Wars. I'm optimistic in this case. I don't want to hate Star Wars. I used to love Star Wars. Huge part of my life growing up. So I'm hoping the ship turns around. We'll see. A pod racer movie? Hey, we're getting a pod racing game. You never know. We can get a pod racing movie, but probably not. Yeah, Andor's alright. It was okay. It's like, it was good, but it wasn't like, it's not the Star Wars that I wanted. That most people wanted. It's different. A good different, but it's like, it's not what we want. I think the best thing they did in recent years was Season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian. Season 1 and 2 of Mandalorian, amazing. You're excited for the original negatives to be restored for the 50th anniversary? Yeah, I'll definitely go see that. For sure. Yeah, it's been brought up, still shut. Pretty much all I say is just let the people enjoy wasting their money. It's just a temporary thing. It's not shocking to me because something happened recently like that in the Pokemon trading card world. Some of you, I'm sure you're aware of Kabuto King. It's somebody that showed a picture on X of like owning 1,800 first edition Kabuto cards. So the card went from being worth like $3 to raw, ungraded, being like $50, $60, $70. Graded copies, PSA 10, like $1,000, whatever the hell. So like this happens in other hobbies too, where just some meme gets so overhyped it actually affects the price. Just shoots up like crazy. How did that cause a price increase? Because everybody was just getting in on the meme. Everybody was so envious of this person having 1,800 cards. He said he wants to collect every Kabuto first edition in the world, which is obviously impossible. But everybody started buying them up. And then when supply ran out online, prices instantly shot up. Instantly shot up. When the supply ran out, that was it. They started going for 100 or 1,000% more than they were before. Which, speaking of which, don't forget to go to Metacritic and leave a 10 user score for Corey in the house. We're trying to overtake Expedition 33 as the highest rated user score for a video game ever. So make sure you go do that. Add to the cause. I think last time it was like at a 9.4. Expedition's a 9.6. Obviously gotta take it down. It's a more worthy game. You actually think I remember my Metacritic login? Definitely don't. You can't predict the next meme game. It's impossible. There's no way you can do it. Memes just happen. You can't force them. Wow, it's very unusual to see a copy of Gotcha Force for bid. Usually it's buy it now. No manual, 255. That's a rough manual. Said no manual, but maybe there's no pages. Wait, hold on. Wait. You guys see this? I've never seen this before. The seller has not provided a description for this item. Contact them with any questions before purchasing. Hello? I thought eBay required a description. They actually let sellers post without a description now? Wow. Alright. We've reached the next dimension. For eBay. Imagine selling a $255+ game and not putting a description. Yeah, they wrote it. That's their scapegoat. It's like, all right, listen, you didn't contact me before the description said to contact me. You can't complain about the cigarette smell or the mold that's inside. It said to contact me. I didn't have a description. No, like a meme game would be like that Piglet's Big Adventure game, where it went for a ton of money just because somebody found out that it uses the Silent Hill 2 sound font in the music. Right? Like that's on par with Cory in the House. Stupid stuff like that. These things, you can't force them. They just kind of happen. You can't force a meme game, that's for sure. Honestly, one of my least favorite genres are other games that try to be memes. Or like the super silly games that just try and target content creators. Reactor, kind of like, you know, the old school PewDiePies and the Markipliers of the world. Right? I hate those kind of games. Wii U lot. Decent selection, actually. Paper Mario Color Splash. Rainbow Curse. Captain Toad. Mario Maker. Yoshi's Woolly World. Huh. This includes a lot of Wii U games I actually want. Perhaps I'll try bidding on this later. On the members only stream, because it kind of coincides with when I'll be starting it. depending on what it's up to. Because it literally has 4 games that I still need for Wii U. Color Splash, Rainbow Curse, Captain Toad, and Woolly World. But they ported Woolly World, right? Is there any reason to have the Wii U version? Right? Is there any reason to have that over Switch version, right? So at that point, then I'd only be really... I don't care about Captain Toad. I'd only be getting it for Kirby and Mario. They didn't port Woolly World, so Woolly World is still Wii U only? I know it has the 3DS version, right? It's only on the 3DS, okay. Are the notifications not on? Hold on, let me refresh. Something apparently happened with my Streamlabs. And thank you very much, 30. Thank you for that resub. Hope I found some moldy games. We found a fire-damaged copy of Ocarina of Time tonight. We didn't find Saturn D, but we found other D variants tonight. Quick put the strategy guide for Ni no Kuni is really good. There's a screenshot on a Switch 2 trailer though. Oh, I'm thinking of Crafted World. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this. Yeah, like I said, if you weren't here earlier, I'm celebrating 200 members on YouTube. I'm doing a little extended extra hour tonight for my members on eBay when the normal stream ends. And I will be bidding or buying on something. So perhaps that'll be it. Where's my watch? Set an alarm. Time does it go off? 11:19. Set an alarm for 11:15 p.m. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kinetic. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I guess I might as well talk about it now too, since I was just on the topic of YouTube. So I recently got a very cool email. So some of you may have known in the past, I tried streaming on another site, Kick, for a bit. I attempted it for a couple months. Didn't really go anywhere because the traction is just not there. Very hard to be discovered in the retro section on that website. However, apparently they've been paying attention to my numbers on YouTube and Twitch because they emailed me, and I, double checked to make sure that it was a real email. There's a lot of scams out there. Their partnerships team, and they actually invited me for a fast track, skipping the requisites, which are actually very hard to meet on that website, for the Kick Partner Program. Now, if you're familiar with Kick, you know what the Partner Program is. They actually pay you by the hour to stream on Kick. An actual hourly rate. Which is huge. Huge. And they invited me to that program. I'm in it. I just set up my stuff that I had to set up. I remember when I first started streaming on there, like that was the ultimate goal. Very hard to achieve if you're starting from scratch on there. The prerequisites for it are pretty brutal. Like there's a lot of things you have to meet and exceed. Not easy. I'm not sure if I would have been able to get into it normally, to be honest with you. But they invited me to it. So the hourly rate on Kick, it's got a lot of caveats to it. You have to have like a certain amount. Essentially, it boils down to how many people are watching the stream, how active are the chatters, how many hours you stream, obviously, and just like overall how interactive is your stream. So the amount that they pay, it varies. So of course, when I first start streaming on there, again, because I've already done it in the past, they probably won't even offer it right away. I think I have to hit like a certain threshold. But like if I start getting even half the amount of people on Kick that I get on Twitch, it's pretty substantial. Now, you don't have to care about Kick, right? The benefit of this for YouTube and Twitch is that if my Kick streams, I'm not streaming on there right now. It'll be set up very soon, maybe even by tomorrow. But I am going to start multi-streaming again on Kick. So I'm going to be streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. The benefit of this for everybody else is that if I get to the point where I start getting a decent rate to stream by the hour, that just means more streams for everybody else. So we'll see. You know, we got to work up there. We still got a lot of work ahead of us. Kick is not easy to grow on. They have a retro category on there, but let me tell you, boy, it's like a desert in that retro category. Very few English-speaking streams in there. It's got a very big, like worldwide audience, but the English subset is pretty small in the retro category on Twitch. I believe I'm one of the first Kick partners that stream retro games on there. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I check in there and I don't really see any partnered streamers for retro. So I think there's a great opportunity for me, and I'm glad that they recognized it to invite me to the program. I just gotta I gotta take the opportunity, you know? It could be a niche for me that could be so beneficial. So, you know, we'll talk about it once I start multi-streaming on there. People are gonna be like, should I be watching on Kick? Should I be watching on Twitch? You know, we'll talk about it. All I'll say is, just use whatever your preferred platform is. You don't gotta come off of Twitch on the Kick. You don't gotta leave YouTube to go on the Kick. But if for some reason Kick is your preferred platform, then use Kick. It is what it is, right? Like, nothing crazy. But man, the thought of getting paid an hourly rate to stream is just like, that's a dream. That's why I couldn't believe when I got the email, because I haven't streamed on there in months. I gave up because it was extremely hard to grow on there. There's a lot of bots, you know, it's got some annoyances. But man, I gotta take this opportunity. If I were to get the viewer, like, if I had the viewers that I typically get on Twitch on Kick, like, man. Because they also give 95% of the sub revenue. Twitch, you either get 50% or 60%. YouTube, you get 70%. Kick, you get 95%. It's crazy. Like, it's a no-brainer. I have no idea why they blocked that one. Let me unblock it for you. And sometimes it filters out messages for whatever reason. I don't know why. So, I'll be multi-streaming on there. And just know if you watch on there, it definitely helps. But you don't have to, right? Some people prefer it, some people don't. There's no ads on Kick. The only thing that I hated about it was, like, you get a lot of those bots that are coming in. They're like, oh, do you want to buy viewers? It's like, no, I don't. Leave me alone. But I just see an opportunity, and I got to strike while the iron's hot, because when you're in the partner program, they say that they give you increased visibility. Now, what the heck that means, I have no idea. And the fact that the retro category on there, like, people stream retro, people watch retro, but it's pretty small. It's pretty niche on there. Like I said, very, very small community. But man, if I can, like, get my foot in the door, and once I start streaming stuff this year, because this year we are definitely streaming a lot more retro. Modern's taking a backseat this year. We're going to be doing a lot more retro stuff. Right? Like, I wonder how receptive they would be to, like, my roulette wheel kind of stuff over there, right? Like, would people... Maybe that would gain some traction over there. Right? If there's a roulette wheel that's going to gain traction somewhere, it's going to be on Kick, right? No, we're not even going to get into that. If you know, you know. But the gaming side of things on Kick is like way different from the non-gaming stuff. It's like two different subsets. The audiences don't cross over. Will I do eBay hunting? If I'm multi-streaming there, yeah, everything I stream on the other streams will be on there. You know, maybe not like 100% of everything I stream, but because I have to be conscious of, I do have to be conscious of viewership there. So if I'm going to be streaming something and I'm like, well, there's probably going to be like 2 viewers for this, then I probably won't stream it there. Because in order to work up and get the ability to earn the hourly rates, you have to have like, you have to have decent streams, right? You can't be streaming everything there to nobody. So if it's something that I feel might get like work towards the analytics moving up, then I will. Which also means that there probably will be some Kick exclusive streams. Like maybe some nights we do something and it's just there, solely for the purpose of working on building my Kick page. So I funnel everybody there, so it helps it. Not often, you know, once in a while. A few times a month or something. Right, like maybe I'm going to be playing some RPG and I'm like, well, this is going to be pretty laid back, right? Like maybe I don't want to devote playing this like 7 streams on my other channels. Like maybe once a week we pop in and play it on Kick or something. Because I know that game is going to not perform the best on Twitch and YouTube. But on Kick, if I funnel everybody together, then it kind of evens out. Yeah, and the cool thing about Kick, I can stream a lot of the games that are banned on Twitch. BMX XXX, that's fun. Second Life, that's fun. There's a lot of banned stuff that I can stream over there. Because they don't have a banned game list like Twitch does. I mean, maybe they do, but they don't have lame stuff on it like BMX XXX and Second Life. Kick does not have ads during streams, no. It's one of the better things about it. We're going to start using more profanity. Nothing will change with that. All you gotta do is just come watch me while I'm playing a competitive online multiplayer game. You'll get the cursing you want. Here's the Kick URL, by the way. So, yeah, maybe by tomorrow I'll have it set up on there. Depends what I'm doing, right? Like, if I'm resuming a playthrough of, like, Ni no Kuni, I'm probably not going to start streaming that over on Kick. Doesn't make sense, because I didn't start the playthrough there. Have I ever thought about trying a VTube stream? Would never do it. I'd rather go no webcam. I'm just not into that. No offense to VTubers. I know they've gotten very advanced these days, but I don't... It's not my thing. Not my thing. I don't mind, like, a VTuber channel, but if they're one of those VTuber channels where, like, half the screen is taken up by their VTuber model, it's like, if it's just, like, a little thing in the corner, okay, alright, well, like, whatever, but, like, I'm not watching a stream where half the freaking screen is a VTuber model. But some people are into that stuff. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Aoria, for following over there. Kick is everybody over there. There's a ton of gaming streams over there. I think you're thinking of Rumble, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, Kick's had some up and downs over the years, but they're a lot better than where they were when they started, that's for sure. They've definitely made a lot of changes over the years. They're not as Wild West as they once were, that's for sure. But honestly, I'm just staying in my bubble. I'm not venturing outside the retro category. Once in a while I go on there and I'd like check and see who's streaming, and I try and look for people that just stream on Kick, because I think that's kind of very unique to find someone streaming just retro on Kick. The other night I found someone, what was his name? Something Adler? He was the runner-up to the first Nintendo Championship online tournament that they had in like 1990. I found that guy streaming on Kick, exclusively on Kick. I'm like, this is crazy. He had like under 50 followers. I'm like, he's doing speedruns. I'm like, what the hell? This guy's like a legend. How does he not have more followers? They weren't using a webcam. It was a VTuber kind of situation, which is fine. It was like a PNG tuber thing. PNG tuber being just like a picture that animates when they talk. Not everybody uses webcams. Yeah, the retro category over there, it's active. It's small, but it's active. Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. Like I said, when I got the email, I'm like, this is crazy. I don't know where they were. I don't know how they reached out to me. Like, I don't know what they were looking at. But obviously, to get invited to that program, they got to have confidence in you. That's for sure. Because that's not easy to apply for and get accepted to. It's harder. Well, I wouldn't say harder. It's almost as hard as getting a Twitch partnership. But you know, you gotta put in some legwork for that. And I certainly won't meet the threshold. Like, what they're looking for to join that, I'm not gonna meet that for a very long time on there. It's unrealistic. They expect you to have like at least 75 concurrent viewers at all times. Like, that's not happening on Kick for a very long time. But we can work our way up there. Kitty cat. Comes from a pet-free home, by the way. Pretty sure that's a dog leg over there too, so the whole shelter is here with the games. Cats and dogs. You want to make content but you have no creativity? It's definitely a lot harder these days because you're joining a ton of other people that have already got a head start. Honestly, nowadays, you just got to take one of your passions and just go for it. If it takes off, it takes off. If it doesn't, we should have some fun trying, right? We ever try looking at Whatnot? No. I'm not very into Whatnot. Well, I think I found the only interesting auction that's ending in the next couple hours. Yeah, it's pretty much priced accordingly. Decent lot. But you're not going to be saving too much if you pick it up. Digital thumbnails. Well, the thing is, I have a ton of digital PS4 games. Like, I've bought so many digital-only PlayStation 4 games over the years, it just made more sense. Plus, very convenient to be able to quickly get in and like show a trailer for a game or something. They don't count though? No, they count. They're games that you've played, right? I guess that's maybe what sets me apart is I still care about the games I've played, even if I don't own them physically. Right? Like you can be a collector and you can be somebody that just loves playing games. So to let people know about my PS4 games, many of which are amazing games that never got physical copies, sometimes you gotta showcase digital games. Kingdom Hearts 2, anybody? Does this person do this for everything? Apparently they do to grab your attention. I guess if they don't have a photo, they're just like, alright, grab their attention with a cute cat. So, this game used to go for like $200 or something stupid. It's coming down. It's coming down. This is one of those meme games we were talking about. You just had about 16 listings in. Maybe I looked at your store earlier. What kind of stuff did you have ending? I may have linked your story, you never know. Well, the problem with these kind of games, usually when they're that big of an increase, they'll never go back down to their pre-meme status prices. They'll get a lot cheaper, but they'll never be as dirt cheap as they once were. PS4 and Switch. If you did auctions, I might have looked at some of your listings. I'm in New York. Well, Guitar Hero games become very expensive. Well, Guitar Hero games have been creeping up quite a bit over the years. You know, they're still cheap. But Guitar Hero games are no longer bargain bin $5 games. They're like 15, 20 plus. Like, those Guitar Hero games on the PS2, Guitar Hero 1, 2, everybody still thinks those are dirt cheap. They're really not. To me, if a PS2 game that used to be, you couldn't even get rid of it for $2, if it's suddenly 10 to 15, that's a huge increase. So they probably will continue to climb very slowly. People will always be nostalgic for Guitar Hero games. This is Pikmin 2 Remix Ship. This game's pretty great, by the way. I had fun with what I played of this very ambitious game, this Pirates Legend of Black Cat. Very ambitious. If you're looking for something a little different, you'll be shocked with this game. Fairly big, like, open world island, ship battles. I think, was this the one with ship battles? I think it was. Yeah, it had ship stuff in it. Yeah. I was actually pretty blown away by the scope of this game. Scope indeed. Are these games any good, these Victorious Boxer games? They're getting pretty pricey. Never played these. Are they the type of boxing games you'll enjoy if you don't typically play boxing games, is the question. A massive story mode. Well, that's not exactly a selling point for me anymore. I'm not looking to spend exuberant amounts of time with a boxing game. I have Whiplash. I think I may have rented Whiplash back in the day, if I'm being honest. But I don't really remember what I played of it. It's definitely on my list of PS2 era platformers to play. I do not recommend you buy this game. Unless you're a hardcore fan of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I played it without really ever watching the show, and yeah, that was a pretty interesting game. Combination of like a beat 'em up and a golf game. The graphics are actually pretty decent, cell shading. Wow, does it get repetitive? And the last level was terrible. Much better recommendation when it used to be cheaper. Oh, we almost went an eBay stream without someone having their big hairy leg as the background. But here we are, thanks to 0318-3434. What an amazing eBay name. Wait a minute. Those are not shorts. Oh my god. We finally got an eBay listing with literal bulge next to the game. Just when you thought you've seen it all. Just when you thought you've seen it all. I'm a little worried to click on the other listings, I'm going to be honest. Oh god. I don't even see underwear in this one. Okay, it's still there. And some people just no shame. Don't have a table in the house? Obviously they have a table. But one night they were just like, alright. On the underwear it goes. That's so crazy. They have so many other pictures on like normal surfaces with some very questionable stains on things. And a Playboy women's pink wallet. Interesting. Oh, man, they're giving us the full gamut here. Feet shots, blurry feet shots, crotch shot, literal crotch shots. Like that's one for the record books, because normally it's not like literally a crotch shot, right? Usually it's like on the lap or whatever. This person's taking it to a whole nother level. However, they got good taste in games. Gotta give them that. Good taste in games, or at least what they're reselling. I'm going to link you to their store, in case some of you are into this kind of thing. Yeah? If you're not bothered by your game coming right off of someone's crotch, with no pants on, well, this might be the seller for you. I don't even want to know what that is. We'll just use your imagination. So yeah, I'll link you to the store. They might be advertising something else along with their items here, you know? Reach out to them. That's your thing? Yeah, this is a first. I mean, I've seen all kinds of things on eBay, but this is a first. Yeah, I remember the crime scene listing. I remember that. A grandma bought something from that guy. Was the listing off the crotch? Honestly, not terrible if you just needed a slim PS2 with a couple controllers. Nothing too crazy in here, but of course, you know, leaving out the sports games, you're getting a lot of $5 to $7 games. It's just the kind of lot you would buy if you needed a slim with 2 controllers. It's not terrible. Slims are not that much cheaper than the listing. I'll link them. You picked up a fat PS2, nice. Fat PS2 is the way to go. Good luck in your getting back into original hardware. Do you have a bunch of games to go with it already? Have I got a recommendation for you if you're looking for the slowest turn-based battles in the history of turn-based RPGs? You should play this Inuyasha game. I think it wins the award for the slowest turn-based combat I've ever played in an RPG. Only recommended for the most hardcore of Inuyasha fans. One nice thing about this game, though, it has really nice, like, hand-drawn backgrounds, which is nice. Oh, you should try it. If you like Inuyasha, you might like it. Because it's really just the long battles that kind of hold it back. It's not unplayable. You just got to be ready for one of those things where I think you got like 6 party members or something ridiculous, and they all take forever to attack, and there's no way to speed it up. Like it's a very slow combat system. Blood Omen. I guess still gotta play the majority of that series. I definitely think physical PSVR games will go up in price, yes. Especially PSVR 2. Just because it's the better iteration. Unfortunately, you can't play PSVR 1 games on PSVR 2 unless they have a specific PSVR 2 version. But they're so underprinted, like there can't be many physical VR games out there. And there's definitely a fan base for it. And a lot of people are going to get into VR late. Not everybody's jumping on the bandwagon right now. But I do think in the future, especially if the VR craze kind of like dies down, you're going to have a lot of people that are like, you know what, VR is so cheap now. Like, oh, PSVR 2, $100? Sure, I'll give it a chance at that point. And then they're going to like dive into the library. It'll kind of be like the Virtual Boy. Right? Like, somewhat small, dedicated fan base. Yeah, the VR, like the virtual reality aspect of the Virtual Boy, is super outdated now. But look at the games. Still pretty sought after. I think the same thing's going to eventually happen to PSVR stuff. Because a lot of those games are genuinely underprinted. They didn't have a lot of copies made. Thoughts on this still shot? Seems like a very fair price, honestly. All 4 games seemingly in really nice shape. I think this is a good lot if you're the kind of person that's like just looking to knock all 4 of these out at once, all in really good condition. You know, there's other ways to get these now. This isn't the end-all be-all way to play these games, so that does make them a little less desirable for some people. I can't speak to the completeness of all of them, though. I don't know what ones are supposed to come with something like this, but it does seem like they all kind of come with what they're supposed to come with. Man, I loved Final Fantasy Adventure. I freaking love this game. I grinded like crazy in this game. Such a fun game. I think if you pieced them all out, like took your time piecing them out one at a time, you can get it cheaper than that. But like, if you're in a rush for the convenience, those look to be great condition. Why is a Simpsons game on 360 $60+? It's just because it's one of the... I actually still haven't played that game, but my thought process behind it is that is viewed as one of the greatest Simpsons games of all time that really accurately captures the feeling of the show. So there's a lot of Simpsons fans out there. It's not necessarily a low print game. Simpsons is not a rare game, but there's enough Simpsons fans out there where like it's cool for them to be able to play a Simpsons game that isn't some kind of racing game, right? Like a lot of Simpsons games are some kind of like spin-off. So to have a Simpsons game that feels like you're literally in the universe of The Simpsons, I think that's the reason why that's so popular. And it's supposed to be a pretty good game. I've heard very good things about the Simpsons game. So, I swear, man, it gets creepy sometimes. I was gonna mention it too, but I'm like, I just like did a broad. I was gonna say road rage. Crazy, like it happens on every eBay stream. And it's like, it comes up immediately after. It's just so trippy. It's not 5 minutes later. It's not 10 minutes later. It's like literally somebody asked me about a game. And then I scroll down one listing and boom, there it is. Every stream. I wonder if you can program this thing to work with any game you want. Can I program this to work with Eco? I wonder. Another Simpsons hit and run game. Oh, I was gonna say, wow, that's a great price for Dark Watch. Case of manual only. Extermination still nice and cheap. It's the lot we saw earlier, which I still think is a great. I think this is a great lot. That's a good deal. There's you go. Oh, hold on. We got rental stickers. Hold on. Ah, they tore off the GameStop one. See that? You don't want to tear your GameStop stickers off because then I won't buy your game. Ruining the history. How dare they? $9.99 from what? Doesn't say. I don't think these ones have the original date on it. Disc replay price tag. See, what I like about it is it has Eco on there, so like you know that that's for Eco and not some other game. That they just slipped it inside the case. Ooh, you got the bonus sticker inside? Okay, I like that. Like that. That's it. No stickers on the disc, huh? Darn. I haven't heard anything about PS2 Blue Discs dying, no. I think it's more so, depending on what PS2 you have, it just has a hard time reading the disc. Blue Discs are notorious for having a hard time being read in, I think fat PS2s, right? It's more so the console. Yeah, the lasers struggle. Nice little guide lot. $40 ship though. You know, when I start streaming PS2 again, I'm going to be using my fat PS2, so we'll see how it goes. How it reads my blue discs. I have a lot of blue discs. Anybody need a limited edition of Monster Hunter 3 monochrome edition? Also eaten by the dog. It honestly looks like a monster from Monster Hunter, like the jaw. That's the jaw of Rathalos. See pictures for condition. It's in good condition, by the way. Good condition. Yeah, see, look. Like I mentioned earlier, Oni is not as cheap as you think it is anymore. Here's someone selling a complete one for $36. $15 shipping's ridiculous. But still. They might be charging more because it has the extra booklet. But it's not the bargain bin game you think it is anymore. Oh man, I would... What? Recycled? What the hell? Man, I would pay an arm and a leg for a copy of Eco with a recycled price sticker. Where'd that come from? That's from EB Games? What the heck? Where is that price sticker from? 95 cents. I've never seen that before. That's so cool. How is it recycled? What? That's crazy. Bring me back. I love these stickers so much. Oh, in Canada, maybe. No, it wasn't me, Jacob. Hello, Jimmy. It escaped the shredder? Yeah, somebody must have rescued it. May not be a US thing. Ooh, I see a price sticker. Blockbuster? It's got the date. September 2005. Those are my favorites. I love it when the Blockbuster stickers are on there and they tell you the date it was put into the store. But there's no other stickers. It's a little less exciting. Not for that price, I wouldn't. No, not for $30 plus $15 shipping. Listen, I love my price sticker variants, but only if it's a good price. I think the Quarry and the household listings are probably real. I think there's enough silly people out there that would get excited over something like that. It'll come crashing down in time, though. Yeah, I know nothing about Quarry in the House, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've ever watched that show or movie or whatever the heck it's based on. No clue about it. I don't know what it did for such meme status, but... yeah. As long as it's not me spending hundreds of dollars on a game like that, let people have their fun. Oh, is that what it is? He got into some trouble, huh? Yeah, if it's the kind of game that you can find everywhere, the price it'll come back down. If it's not genuinely uncommon or rare, it'll come down. Alright. That is my warning bell. Let me see, hold on. So I am going to get ready to transition over to the members side of things for the members like I promised to celebrate my 200 members on YouTube. So the normal stream here will conclude, and the VOD will also conclude. So if you're watching the VOD, you know, it's just going to seem like a normal end here. But if you're a YouTube member, we're going to keep going for a bit. I'm going to actually do some shopping for myself, starting with attempting to bid on that Wii U lot. Probably not going to win that, but you know, you never know. And then I'll go looking for some other things. A couple things on my mind that I want to see if I can find something. I picked up something for the stream recently. I got to get some more stuff for it. So you're welcome to join us over at the YouTube side if you're a member. If you're not, it is $1 to join. It's a nice, easy way to support the stream. I don't run any ads on my my YouTube streams and in the VODs for the members. So we're going to transition over. Thank you everybody for watching. I'll see the members shortly. We'll be going for like another hour or so. Thank you, Pepino. Appreciate that very much. Otherwise, I'll see you next Saturday. Oh, sorry. Maybe I won't see you next Saturday. I'm not sure. I can't remember the show time, like what Lord of the Rings movie is at what time next weekend. But I will be watching all the Lord of the Rings movies in theaters. So I'm going to be a little busy next weekend. There will be an eBay stream. I'm just not sure what day and what time yet. We'll see. Alright. It's my first time trying this, so hopefully this transitions over smoothly. We'll see what happens. Oh, actually... Okay, we got like a little... There we go. They actually do a little schedule thing, so it gives like a little heads up. In the meantime, let me just do some quick finding out what these games are selling for. Yoshi's Woolly World Wii U, which shouldn't be that expensive. 15 bucks. Kirby's Rainbow Road Wii U. Rainbow Curse, god damn it. 20 bucks, 30, 25. So 25, 35, $40 between those two. 5, 6, 7. Okay. I have an idea of what I want to bid on that lot. We'll see if I win it.